Clap your hands and stomp your feet till you find that gospel beat, 'cause it's all you'll ever need, all you'll ever need. Clap your hands and stomp your feet till you find that gospel beat, 'cause it's all you'll ever need, all you'll ever need. I've got an old church choir singing in my soul. I got a sweet salvation and it's beautiful. I've got an old church choir singing in my soul. I've got a sweet salvation and it's beautiful. I've got a heart overflowing 'cause I've been restored. There ain't nothing gonna steal my joy. No, there ain't nothing gonna steal my joy. Oh, there ain't nothing gonna steal my joy.
I've been trying to figure out what it means to be human. Flesh and bone, the spirit and the soul. If I cannot earn your love by trying to measure up, why do I think I'd lose it in the lows? Somehow you see through my heart and you welcome me with open arms, just as I am. In the good and the bad, you still understand, and you never stop loving me, just as I am. With the heart of the Father and grace like no other, you never stop loving me, just as I am. You've been patient with my wondering, always knowing what I need. With a gentle hand, you show me where to go. No, there hasn't been a moment you weren't calling out to me. I heard your voice and now I'm coming home, just as I am. In the good and the bad, you still understand that you never stop loving me, just as I am. With the heart of the Father and grace like no other, oh, you never stop loving me, oh, just as I am. I just want to say thank you, thank you, thank you for loving me. I just want to say thank you, thank you, thank you for loving me. I just want to say thank you, thank you, thank you for loving me. I just want to say thank you. Just as I am, in the good and the bad, you still understand. Oh, you never stop loving me, just as I am. With the heart of the Father and grace like no other, you never stop loving me, just as I am. Just as I am. I'm lifted up my heart again, 'cause even when I can't see the plan, I know your love is closing in on me. You hold the whole world in your hands till you feel the pain, you understand. Ain't just a war I'm standing in, no, no. It's a blessing I can't see, yeah. It's a blessing I can't see, yeah. that you're not working. Always, even when it won't stop hurting. 'Cause I know every setback was a setup for something greater that you had in store. All along, you've seen beyond the storm. So when I struggle, I will trust you more. I trust you in everything. I trust you in everything, oh God. I'm lifting up my heart again, 'cause even when I can't see the plan, I know your love is closing in on me. You hold the whole world in your hands till you feel the pain, you understand. Ain't just a war I'm standing in, no, no. It's a blessing I can't see, yeah. It's a blessing I can't see, yeah. It's so hard, but I've been looking at my scars and how far you have brought me through the dark. And I know every setback was a setup for something greater that you had in store. So I trust you in everything. I trust you in everything, oh God. Whatever tomorrow brings, I trust you in everything, oh God. I'm lifting up my heart again, 'cause even when I can't see the plan, I know your love is closing in on me. You hold the whole world in your hands till you feel the pain, you understand. Ain't just a war I'm standing in, no, no. It's a blessing I can't see, yeah. It's a blessing I can't see, yeah.
God, you hold my world within your arms, so I will trust you even through the storm.
Oh, I trust you in everything. I trust you in everything, oh God. Whatever tomorrow brings, I trust you in everything, oh God. I'm lifting up my heart again, 'cause even when I can't see the plan, I know your love is closing in on me. You hold the whole world in your hands till you feel the pain, you understand. Ain't just a war I'm standing in, no, no. It's a blessing I can't see, yeah. It's a blessing I can't see, yeah. I trust you in everything. I trust you in everything, oh God. If I didn't know what it hurt like to be broken, then how would I know what it feels like to be whole? If I didn't know what it cuts like to be rejected, then I wouldn't know the joy of coming home. Maybe it's okay if I'm not okay, 'cause the one who holds the world is holding on to me. Maybe it's alright if I'm not alright, 'cause the one who holds the stars is holding my whole life. If I didn't know what it looked like to be dirty, then I wouldn't know what it feels like to be clean. And if all of my shame hadn't drove me to hide in the shadows, then I wouldn't know the beauty of being I'm not okay.
When the giants tower over my faith, and I'm frozen by the battles I face, there is just one place I go to be safe. In the shelter of your wings, you cover me, and it's here my rescued heart begins to sing. There is just one place I go to be safe. Oh, you're the only one that I call home. There is nowhere else I'd rather go. You're the only one that I call home. Oh, there is nowhere else I'd rather go. You're the only one that I call home. In the arms, in the arms, in the arms of Jesus. You never fail, you're my strong tower. In the arms, in the arms, in the arms of Jesus. You'll never fail, you're my strong tower.
Why you ever chose me has always been a mystery. All my life I've been told I belong at the end of the line, with all the other not quite, with all that never get it right. But it turns out they're the ones you were looking for all this time. 'Cause I'm just a nobody, trying to tell everybody all about somebody who saved my soul. Ever since you rescued me, you gave my heart a song to sing. I'm living for the world to see, nobody but Jesus. I'm living for the world to see, had stage fright, and David brought a rock to a sword fight. You picked 12 outsiders nobody would have chosen, and you changed the world. Well, the moral of the story is everybody's got a purpose. So when I hear that devil start talking to me, saying, who do you think you are? I say, I'm just a nobody, trying to tell everybody all about somebody who saved my soul. Ever since you rescued me, you gave my heart a song to sing. I'm living for the world to see, nobody but Jesus. I'm living for the world to see, nobody but Jesus.
So let me go down, down, down in history as another blood-bought, faithful member of the family. And if they all forget my name, well, that's fine with me. I'm living for the world to see,
Nobody but Jesus.
so let me go down, down, down in history.
Going down in history.
As another blood-bought, faithful member of the family.
That's all I ever wanna be.
And if they all forget my name, well, that's fine with me. I'm living for the world to see, nobody but Jesus.
'Cause I'm just a nobody, trying to tell everybody
Good morning
all about somebody.
and welcome to the Susquehanna Conference 2021 Annual Day. My name is Beth Kostelnik, and I have the honor of serving as your conference vice president. And I'm just thrilled that all of you made it here in one piece. For some of you, it was more of a challenge than for others, but I'd also like to welcome all of you who are joining us online this morning. And we have a pretty exciting half day scheduled for you. My apologies for getting started a few minutes late. You know how things, all the trains always collide right outside the station. So, I'd like to start by expressing our gratitude to our hosts, to the Fishing Creek Salem United Methodist Church, and to the women of our host
so
UMW
undeserving,
here today.
and yet we worship, giving all the praise. Just humble servants, through sweat and tears, till no more fears. Singing the glory of the gospel out to every ear. You cover me with grace, and a love so unconditional has got me on my face every day, God. Goes the praise of the saints, goes my praise every day, yeah.
One side,
even if the drum stops beating, my soul will keep on singing, even louder, even louder. Even when my eyes can't see it, I will sing till I believe it. Even louder, even louder.
tech support
I believe it, even louder.
My God is stronger than any sand that I hold, more precious than any silver and gold, yeah. I told myself that my sin made me unworthy, but truth is I'll never be perfect, but Christ took the burden. Yeah, I give my all, despite my downfalls. When many see me fail, only you see me prevail. The bigger depression hits, the louder my praise get. The bigger depression hits, the louder my praise get. Come on.
Even if the drum stops beating, my soul will keep on singing. Even louder, even louder. Even when my eyes can't see it, I will sing till I believe it. Even louder, even louder. When I lift my voice,
I'm sorry?
heaven comes to earth.
Nothing.
When I sing this song, I feel you.
Oh, there we go. All right.
When I lift my voice,
All right, there we go. The colorful side of the images there. That is your name tag list. So if you want to know what all at the bottom of all of their name tags, and from there, you're on your own. You have to figure it out. So at this time, I want to let you know that when we were in the process of planning, I petitioned the folks who create continuing education units. And if you're like me and you're always chasing down additional credits, I have certificates. It's worth 0.2 continuing education units, and I know that's not a lot, but it's not zero, so we'll take it. It was going to obviously be worth double that if it were a full day, but things change. So when things changed, I wrote back and we were able to get a new certificate for the half-day value of attending that. For those of you who are joining us online, drop me an email and say, hey, I want the CEUs, and I will send you the electronic image of the certificate, and you can print that off for your files. And at this point, I'd like to invite Phyllis Terwilliger to come and open our day in prayer.
Let us pray. Oh God, we come before you on this United Methodist Women's Annual Day, knowing that you are a God of love and compassion. We come this day because we believe that you love each one of us just as we are and walk with us through life's journeys. You see that ignorance and injustice divides and separates persons struggling with mental illness, and you weep with them. We remember those who ended their life before it was time. Please comfort those who grieve and bring healing. Help us to identify mental illness as the disease it is, that we might have courage and wisdom in the face of ignorance and stigma. You created us to live in community, but some feel alone, unloved, and disconnected. May your presence be with them and give us courage to reach out with love to someone who needs us. Lead us as we open our hearts, our homes, our houses of worship, and communities of faith to persons living with mental illness. Be with doctors, therapists, researchers, social workers, and all of those helping with this issue. Oh, and God, thank you for knowing our name and knowing our place and our purpose on this incredible home we call Earth. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Phyllis. Pretty amazing. God doesn't need the cheat sheet, does he? At this time, I'd like you to go ahead and turn to page 9 in your annual day book. And Patty, our wonderful accompanist, is going to play along with us as we sing all 3 verses of God of the Sparrow, God of the Whale. Oh, my apologies. I thought they were part and parcel of the same. We'll do all of them. Sparrow, God of the whale, God of the swirling stars, how does the creature say ah? How does the creature say praise? God of the earthquake, God of the storm, God of the trumpet blast. How does the creature cry, woe? How does the creature cry, save? God of the rainbow, God of the cross, God of the empty grave. How does the creature say grace? How does the creature say grace? God of the 2022 down in Orlando, Florida, scheduled for next May. And immediately following the video, Tony Opplinger, former conference president for UMW and outgoing treasurer, is going to come up and say a few words.
Imagine seeing thousands of faith-filled women united together again in one place and time where hope is in the air. Women ready to worship, ready to act, and ready to celebrate our sisterhood. Women ready to turn it up. This is Assembly 2022. Join us in Orlando, Florida, where we will reflect on today's challenges and together find comfort and strength to move forward. What will you need in 2022? Are you seeking a place to find spiritual nurture and hope? Want to learn how you can be a leader in this time? Do you want to make a difference in your community and the world? At Assembly, we will turn it up for spiritual healing and renewal, turn it up for women leaders making an impact, and turn it up for justice for women, children, and youth. Join us for a life-changing experience. Come ready to turn it up.
Good morning. You see, I have a little information for you. First, I want to say there was a mailing piece that went out to the presidents and treasurers of each. Oh, I should stand closer. Sorry. Thank you. There is over on the table as you come in the door the letter that I had sent out, or the information I had sent out for Assembly. Please, if you haven't seen that, pick one up and take it with you. I want to update you on a couple of things and remind you of a couple of things. First off, we have a block of rooms, and the information's on that sheet of paper I told you about. I just want to remind you the deadline to be part of the block of rooms is December 1st. December 1st, any rooms that we have not used will go back into the general pool for others then to use. And that deadline is December 1st, just a reminder again. The early bird registration, the cheapest registration of $330, is available till November 30th, the end of this month, and at midnight, and that's on the Pacific Coast time. So even after midnight on the East Coast, you could still register. So those are the reminders. Now, and since then, I have received many additional emails with some updates. One is there's also the opportunity, if you cannot travel, to be online for the assembly. It is said that if you register to be in person and then find you cannot be in person and go virtual, all of the money that you paid, the difference between the virtual and the in-person, will be refunded to you minus $5 a processing fee. So if you want to register and you become uncertain that you're able to attend for whatever reason, you can switch to virtual and you will be refunded the difference in the prices. They are now looking for groups to come to assembly and perform. It's called Member Turn It Up Performances. And we're invited to have a group there. It could be a group that's a musical group, a dance group, a choir, something with cultural traditions. They're trying to be all-inclusive. And I have the information for that and the online piece for that. So if anyone is interested in that, and they're encouraging groups and not individuals to do this, the deadline to get that information to them is January 1, and then by February 1, they will notify us as to who, because they don't have room for everyone, who has been selected. The other thing that I've gotten repeatedly is because we're all concerned that this COVID virus is still around and causing havoc. Orange County Convention Center was among the very first to receive the global Biorisk Advisory Council STAR, Recreation. So they have been approved to host such a group as ours to be there. So anyone that has those kinds of concerns, I also have that information I can share. Do I have any questions? They have also already put out some of the speakers, the climate justice speaker, as well as the co-music directors. So any of that kind of detailed information, if you pick this up, if you look in your book, you'll see my contact information is there. Please don't hesitate to give me a call, and I'll be happy to answer your questions or to find the answers if I don't know. And I'd love to see every one of you there. I'm already registered. As soon as it opened, I was right online doing all the stuff. And there's a couple of optional events, and that's in that paper that I told you you could pick up. So come and join us and have fun. Like you saw in the video, we dance in the aisles.
Thank you, Tony. Orlando is the place to be in March of 2022. Some general announcements I forgot to mention in the very beginning. For those of you who are here in person, when you signed in this morning or checked in, you passed a hat box. That hat box is our collect all, throw it all in there today. If you have registration fees that you didn't pay by check prior to today's event, go ahead and drop them in there. Please make sure it's labeled with your name and information so I can credit the payment to the right person. If you have love offerings or annual day offerings and you'd like to know where they go, in the hat box. Every seat here this morning was equipped with an annual day book and an evaluation form. And the evaluation form, at the end of today, is the most important piece of paper in this building to me. I want to know what you think. Did you like it? Did you not like it? Do you hate all the colors I used? How do you feel? For those of you who would prefer to fill it out online, I did send that link out to you 2 days ago, I think, 1.5 days. I've lost track of time. I have no idea at this point. And I also sent out the printable form. So if you are not here today, you're joining us on YouTube, please either go online, fill it out, print it out, fill it out, drop it in the mail to me, and we will make improvements for next year. And the final bit of information, if you're on YouTube with us this morning, we'd like to know. So if you can add your name and your unit and tell us a little bit about how you got to that YouTube link today, put it all in the comments. We have people monitoring the comment lines all day long. If you have something important, a question you'd like to ask to our keynote speaker, you are more than welcome to do that. Put the information in the comments. Here in person, you can just wave at us. We'll see you eventually. So, can I have the slides again? At this time, we're going to watch a video on social media, and this was created by Diane Gear. And I already told you she's capable of working miracles. I've seen it with my own eyes. And this video is another one of them. Now, there's no narration voiceover for this one, so you guys are going to have to put all of your reading skills to work. All right, we're going to watch that one, and I'll be back. I told you she worked miracles. I saw that and I'm going, you made that? I absolutely loved it. We are going to skip this song, so I'm going to move ahead a little bit. We are not canceling the song. We will get to it later on this afternoon. But right now, some of you may know this already. I don't know if all of you do. I happen to be a mental health first aid instructor. And I first took the mental health first aid course back in 2012. And one of the instructors, actually both of the instructors who were teaching that course, were some of the first mental health first aid instructors in the United States, because the mental health first aid program came to us from Australia, where it was created. And so when I sat through this class, this just kind of was setting off all kinds of fireworks and connecting all kinds of dots, and I said, I would love to teach this. And about a year after the class that I participated in, one of the instructors got back in contact with me and said, hey, there's an instructor's course coming up. Would you like to participate? And I said, absolutely. So I have known Sharon Engdahl since 2012. She is the executive director of the American Mental Wellness Association, and I am a member of the board of directors for the organization. And when I finally, after struggling for so many weeks on what kind of theme to offer for today, I said, it's going to be mental health. And our president, Sue, said, well, I was waiting for you to come to that conclusion, because Sue has been a student in one of the classes that we taught. So at this time, I would like to welcome Sharon to come up and share some of her many years of wisdom in the mental health field with us. And I guarantee you're going to learn a lot today. At the end of Sharon's presentation, your mic pack fell down in between your chair seats, so you're going to have to pull it up from in the middle. Otherwise, you'll never get out of there. So at the end of Sharon's presentation, she's going to have a question and answer period. And if those of you watching us online have a question for her, put it in the comment field, and we will do our best to get to you and to get you the information that you're looking for. If you want to page through your book, starting at page 12 is Sharon's bio, and after that are a number of flashcards that she's most likely going to cover in her presentation. And at the end of those flashcards are some statewide and nationwide resources for individuals experiencing a mental health crisis. So this book is worth its weight in gold. Don't throw it away at the end of today. These are resources, and I know from experience, that can literally save someone's life. Sharon.
Thank you so much for having me here. And I do know Sue Riesinger, and Beth gave you a pretty nice little summary about who I am, and I'm not going to say more because it takes up too much time. And I have so much information because I have 50 years of background in this public policy mental health field that I could be here for maybe more than 2 weeks talking to you. And so to summarize what I want to give you today into 90 minutes is hard on me. And it is my passion in life to do public education for mental wellness. And so thank you for having me here. And thank you, Beth, for what an outstanding job. What an outstanding job. I just think we should thank her. When I saw this, I'm like, wow, I need to use her more. So we are going to have some objectives that I'd like you to face today. And so what I'd like you to get from this presentation, can I read it up here like this? Okay, I can't see it back there so much. And our objectives for today is at the end, you'll name 2 people having a significant impact on the world in regards to mental health and mental wellness. Describe the United States, how it compares to other countries relative to population, and how Pennsylvania compares to other states relative to population. This all comes together. Compare the status of mental health conditions in the world before and after COVID. Explain the importance of transforming the way society thinks about and treats mental health. Very important. And apply what you learn about the American Mental Wellness Association's educational programs to champion mental wellness across the globe. So let's see if I can get you to absorb all that today. Okay, let's see what we have. Oh, I wonder who that is. I wonder who that is. Let's see. Well, that's the Apostle Paul. AD 6 to 65, about that. And then who's over here? Oh, anybody have a guess? That's Descartes. You remember Descartes, don't you, from studying him in school years ago? He is a mathematician. He gave us geometry, right? He also gave us something else. So let's put Descartes up here. And you can see when he came into play, 1596 to 1650. And Paul said, suppose the foot says, I am not a hand, so I don't belong to the body. By saying this, it cannot stop being part of the body. And suppose the ear says, I am not an eye, so I don't belong to the body. By saying this, it cannot stop being part of the body. Okay? If the whole body were an eye, how could it hear? If the whole body were an ear, how could it smell? That doesn't sound. If the whole body were an ear, yes, how could it smell? God has placed each part in the body just as he wanted it to be. If all the parts were the same, how could there be a body? As it is, there are many parts, but there is one body, 1 Corinthians. Okay? So right there we see Paul telling us something very important. Now let's see what Descartes says. Descartes says, I think, therefore I am. Duh. I don't want to read the whole thing. I'm going to paraphrase it as best as I can. But one of his deepest and lasting legacies as a philosopher, I think he should have stayed as a mathematician, to tell you the truth, is his thesis that mind and body are really distinct. A thesis called mind-body dualism. And he reached the conclusion that the nature of the mind is completely different than that of the body. So he basically told people that the mind and the body are separate. Now, that is where stigma started, if you ask me, okay? Paul knows that the head is connected to the rest of the body. So let's go on and see what else we're going to learn today. So the philosophers of recent years, and nearly all psychologists, and I don't think that's absolutely true. I think there are a lot of psychologists, social workers, physicians, OBGYNs especially, and even just lay people who don't still believe that a mental health condition, the mind, is all part of the body. Okay? So I don't think that nearly all psychologists believe this, but we're getting better. And they've taken a dim view towards dualism in any form and have sought a resolution that the mind-body problem is consistent with the physical. Right? I was 8 years old when I knew that. Right? I mean, I was called by God when I was 8 years old to help people with mental health conditions, and I didn't know why. I was 8 years old. My twin sister said, mental health problems, they strike every 6 seconds. She was a comedian. And that hit me hard. And so as I started, growing up, I realized that this was my calling. But I ran away from it. So we'll say more about that as we go on. Now, just to touch on the world population, because what we wanted to make sure that you knew was the world and how it's impacted by mental health and how the state of Pennsylvania with the rest of the country is. So just to let you know, as of October 18th, we had almost 8 billion people in the world. And China, of course, we probably know that that's the number one. India is number two. And look, we're third. A lot less, but we're third. So the United States is populated across the world as number 3, but it's expected to drop to 4, the position of 4 in 2050 because Nigeria might move up. So we're right up there right now, okay? And our world population now, as it relates to the United States, shows that Pennsylvania is the 5th state in the nation for population, 12 million. So that's just to let you know we're a pretty big group of people, and we have a lot to learn about how to help people with mental health problems. So what's going on here? Am I moving? Well, I'm not. No. There it is. So high levels of mental health statistics were there before COVID. Before COVID, okay? 1 in 5 adults live with a mental illness. These are the statistics before COVID. Almost 1 in 25 adults live with a serious mental illness. This is critical. 50% of chronic mental illness starts before the age of 14. Did you know that? 75% of chronic mental illness starts by age 24. Rearrange some slides. Just over 10 million people over the age of 18 have more than one addiction or mental health disorder. Now, these are the mental health statistics after COVID. I'm going to share this with you because this is a study that was just recently done. I mean, we're still in COVID, okay? This was done in Australia, and as you heard Beth tell you, that Australia also started mental health first aid. And it's an international program, and Australia, to me, is ahead of the curve when it comes to doing things that relate to helping people with mental health conditions. And so when I was younger and I was on a board, president of the Mental Health Association of the Capital Region, they asked me to find a program. And so I'm a researcher, so I got on the internet years ago in 2008, and I found mental health first aid coming from Melbourne. And I'm like, this is my prayer. This is my prayer. So I contacted the Substance Abuse and Mental Health Service Administration in Washington and asked them if I could, why don't we have it here? And they said, we're working on it, and we're going to have it here in maybe 6 to 9 months. And I said, I'd like to be one of the first trained in the United States as an instructor. And as it turns out, I was able to apply right away, and I became one of the first 100 instructors in the United States to be a mental health first aid instructor. And since I'm here with you, wonderful United Methodist women, I came home to Harrisburg from Florida after 5 days of 8 hours of training each day to become an instructor, certified nationally, and nobody believed in mental health first aid. So what did I do? Well, I knew about the Mental Health Ministries Committee at the Susquehanna United Methodist Conference. So my pastor and I prayed about it, and I went over to the conference, and I said, would you be interested in this program? And they said, yes. We have money, but we don't have a program. And so back then, who believed in us? The United Methodist Susquehanna Conference. And still today, we definitely keep our relationship with them. And it was what gave us our first boost to where we are today. So in the Guardian out of Australia, we see that an estimated 76 million extra cases of anxiety and 53 extra cases of major depressive disorder have surfaced because of COVID. It suggests, and this is very important, that the toll on mental health impacts women, you, and you that are watching, and young people more than it does affect men and older adults. Okay? And they believe that this is because women are more likely to be affected by the social and economic consequences of the pandemic. And it goes on to say that women are more likely to take an additional career and household responsibilities and had to juggle work and school and everything. And so it's very important that we focus on mental wellness, and it actually impacts women and young people more. Okay. The team estimated that with COVID, there are 246 million cases of major depressive disorder and 374 million cases of anxiety disorder worldwide in 2020, with the figure of the former 28% higher and the latter, which is the anxiety, 26% higher than would have been expected had the crisis not happened. So, Dr. Santamaro says, this pandemic has placed a large burden on mental health systems that were already struggling. We have to seriously reevaluate how we respond to mental health needs of the population moving forward, and he's talking about the world. And he said, I'm hoping that our results can provide some guidance to those needing to make decisions around what needs to be prioritized and what populations are most impacted. So just to let you know, God owns this nonprofit. Okay, we're just working for God. How do I know that? Because I have a Holy Land room. I went with the bishop to the Holy Land, Middleton, Bishop Middleton, remember her? And I have a Holy Land guest room. And my husband said I couldn't retire unless I started a nonprofit, or I would be bored. And I was in that guest room with my 2-year-old granddaughter. I was afraid she was going to fall out of bed. So I prayed all night. I had the Madonna holding the baby Jesus on the wall over the bed and Jerusalem and everything. And I'm praying, dear God, I'm 60. Time is more important to me than anything. And doing your will is what I want to do. I've been trying to do it my whole life, and I don't want to do this unless you want me to do it. And I'm sorry to tell you, I know we shouldn't ask for signs, but I have to ask for a sign because I need to know this is what you want me to do. And 2 days later, a friend picked me up. It's the first time I think I met Beth. And she took me to Derry Street United Methodist Church in Allison Hill, Harrisburg. Now, if you know that area, there's a lot of real bad things that happen there. Lots of drugs, overdoses, shootings, murders. And I said to my Jewish friend who picked me up, I said, what are you taking me there for? Never mind. You have a Lexus. You're going to park your Lexus in that parking lot there? Just come along. So when I got to Derry Street United Methodist Church, there were these people there, didn't know any of them, and they're going to transform Allison Hill into a better place to live and work and raise a family. And there, Beth was the office manager. Maybe she had a different title than that, but she was there, and I met these wonderful people. I love to think big. And what happened was, I listened to them for a while, and they were going to do all these wonderful things, and I said, I have a notebook here. I'm going to start a nonprofit, and it's going to be to help people with mental health problems. And that notebook include information, how to start a 501c3. That's what you have to file, your paperwork to be a nonprofit. And the stranger said, give me that notebook. You don't need it. I said, I don't need it. No, we're going to do your nonprofit. We're going to do all your legal work. I'm with a law firm in Harrisburg, downtown, and we'll do all your legal work for you for nothing. What a sign, right? And to let you know, God has just been fantastic with everything. And so keep in mind that he has more that he's going to be doing in this arena, and I think he's decided to use you too. You at home and you here after you take this class. So, just to let you know what happened then, we had COVID and we're all locked down, right? And I actually, at my age, would love to sit in my lounge chair and relax and take it easy and drink my coffee and just relax. Not on God's plan. So I get up during the lockdown and feel God wants me to take my knowledge and put it on paper. Because I know that our mental health system in the United States is terrible. And that we've been frivolously spending our money and our dollars for so long, it's ridiculous. And doing the same thing over and over again, expecting a better result, is basically the definition of insanity that Einstein basically is attributed to saying. I have an article on our website that I wrote about that. So I said to my husband, I said, God's calling me to write a white paper. I don't want to do this. I don't want to do this. But I sat down. If you got to listen to God, because if you don't, you know what happens. You've read your Bible, I know. So I'm like, okay, I got to do this. So I spent my lockdown writing a white paper. And that white paper, we called it, I say we, the board of directors, the Rapid Response Plan for America's Broken Mental Health System. See, I worked 25 years of my 15 years of knowledge as a research analyst at the House of Representatives in Pennsylvania, and I did the mental health issue. Many other ones too, but this is what I told you before, my passion. So we had 26 pages, I had 26 pages, and what am I going to do with this? Well, I told the Patriot News, do you know who the Patriot News is? It's our Harrisburg newspaper. And they did a Facebook Live interview for 1 hour of me on the Rapid Response Plan. And she said, at the end, she said, this is common sense. I said, I know. We don't really implement common sense in public policy. We need to do that more. So she said, what did you do with this? I said, I sent it to every state senator and every state representative. She said, have you heard from them? I said, no. I said, now it is COVID, people aren't working in the office that much or whatever. She said, we're going to have you back. We're going to have you back and find out who really is interested in this very important subject that has become even worse because of COVID. So I haven't come back yet, but I did get a new state representative. He was recently reelected a year ago. And I shared with him that I had this, and he read it. And he called me, and I said, would you please share it with all the committee chairmen that are pertinent about this subject? And he said, I can do that, Sharon, I can do that, but I think you'll like it better if I tell you what my idea is. And I said, what's your idea? He said, I want to introduce it as a bill. God is good. God is so good. I just sat there in my chair, and our home office is our office is my home. We don't have brick and mortar. We have an altruistic board. When I first started this, I didn't get paid, and I didn't want to get paid. I wanted to stop the suffering because I knew prevention and early detection and early intervention worked, and we were not doing it. So I said, I know how to write legislation. I did that for a living for 25 years. I'll write it for you. So, again, I sat down in my office. I have a recliner. And I wrote the Rapid Response Plan for Physical Mental Wellness. Now, in a piece of legislation, you really should only have one subject, maybe two. But in this piece of legislation, I had about 15 subjects. And I knew that anybody that didn't understand what I was doing would think it was crazy. But it was actually taking the whole problem that I saw over my 50 years and telling them what needs to be done. And so he has it in the Pennsylvania House of Representatives Human Services Committee. And he contacted me and he said, we're going to separate those issues out and do them little by little, and we hope to have them done in 5 years. I pray, you pray, okay? And then he said, you need to meet with the Children and Youth Chairman. I'm on that committee, Cheryl Delosier, so I met with her, and she was very interested in it because what did we see in the numbers? If we want to do prevention, early and detection and early intervention, we need to do it with our children and our youth, okay? So they don't get so sick. So pray. She's going to probably take a couple pieces of it too. And I just still am amazed at what God can do with a little person at 8 years old who was playing outside, okay? So the AMWA, I wrote this off of the Cancer Society, Lung Association, Heart Association. I wanted to go national. We started as a statewide organization called the Mental Wellness Awareness Association. And then 4 years later, the board said, well, we've done it, we can go national. So we are also now the American Mental Wellness Association. And our law firm is doing everything for us at no cost, okay? So our vision is, we envision a world that through public education, which is what I'm doing right now to you and to you that are watching at home, that values prevention, early detection, early intervention, scientific research, and cures, which includes substance misuse for the holistic health of the individual and society. Wow. We should have had that 50 years ago. Prevention does work. And you need to educate for it. But what happened, we did do that many years ago, and all the providers and everyone said, well, we need more money to service the sick. So the money went away from prevention and early intervention information, and it went to providers. And I say, I don't mind providers getting money, but I think that a good public policy that should have been happening for decades would have been a percentage of the dollars that were available should actually have been going to public education for this. Because the numbers have been growing with all the money going into drug and alcohol addictions and everything. The numbers are getting higher. We're spending more money, and the problem's not getting solved. So help us solve this problem. Did you know, we have a truth paper on our website, did you know that addiction precedes a mental health problem? No, I said it wrong. A mental health problem precedes a substance misuse problem in 85% of the cases by 3 years. What am I saying? I am saying that a mental health problem is the cause of people turning to drug and alcohol misuse. Where's the money going? All of it, nearly all of it, is going to opiate addiction and heroin and drug and alcohol. There's hardly anything coming to prevention, early detection, early intervention, and that's unconscionable. Okay, so we had 2 national conferences right away. We didn't have any money, but I knew to get us out nationally, we had to have a national conference. So in 2018, we had a national conference down in Hershey, and that was A Healthier Mind is a Happier Life in the workplace, in the military, in the classroom, in the home, and in sports. And people came because they said, we're so excited. Nobody's ever done anything like that. The next year, we had, are you ready? Nobody ever did this. I said, we're going to do mental health is physical health. That's what we're going to call the conference. And that was in 2019, November. And what happened in 2019? COVID, right? So we had a very successful conference, and now we haven't had any of that since. And while we had our conference, I had some wonderful people be presenters, and one of them was a neuroscientist researcher at Yale University, and her name's Karen. my name's Sharon. I have a twin, Karen. And Karen's gone. She went to heaven 10 years ago. And so everywhere I go, I meet Karens. And I couldn't believe it. Her name's Karen. And I said, I already loved her because, I miss my twin. So after she was done with her presentation at both conferences, I said, Karen, would you like to be on our board? And she said right away, no. I said, what? I do not want to be on your board. I want to be your science advisor. Well, I got chills. Oh my gosh. A neuroscientist researcher from Yale University wants to be the American Mental Wellness Association science advisor. Thank you, God. So, right after that, I said, I need a definition for mental health problems that is definitely 21st century. Oh, that's easy, Sharon. A mental health problem is a physical medical condition with cognitive and emotional symptoms. Isn't it? Isn't that what it is? I've known that since I was a little girl. But nobody puts that out there. So that is the definition the world should be using right now. Because diabetes has cognitive and emotional symptoms. Cancer has cognitive and emotional symptoms. Many diseases have cognitive and emotional symptoms because, as Paul said, the head is connected to the rest of the body, and it's physical. So we move on. So, I went backwards, sorry, I pushed the wrong button. So now, before COVID, the Substance Abuse and Mental Health Services Administration had this information to share. Prevention of mental health and or substance use disorders, I have to look up here, and related problems in children, adolescents, and young adults is critical. Prevention is critical for America's behavioral and physical health. That was back in 2016. Now that's what they say. Then they said behaviors and symptoms that signal the development of a behavioral disorder often manifest 2 to 4 years before a disorder is present. I hate the word behavioral. If it's a physical health problem, behavior is a symptom. Okay? So when you call it behavior stuff, you're blaming the victim for having a physical mental health problem that they can't really help themselves with. So let's go on. Did I go backwards or what? Oh, okay, they develop and manifest 2 to 4 years before a disorder. People with a mental health issue are more likely to use alcohol or drugs than those not affected by mental health problems. Didn't I just tell you that? This was back in 2015. They don't even have a mental health prevention center at the Substance Abuse and Mental Health Services Administration. They have a drug and alcohol prevention center. What does that tell you? That tells you that the Rapid Response Plan for America's Broken Mental Health System is going to tell you in that white paper that we're doing things backwards. I left out the 3-letter word. Okay, so then the Institute of Medicine and National Research before COVID said a $1 investment in prevention and early intervention yields $2 to $10 worth of savings in health costs, criminal and juvenile justice costs, educational costs, and lost productivity. These are human beings. These are human beings, and we are incarcerating them. I get calls across the country. Oh, my son has autism, and he was in a home, and they didn't watch him well, and he got out, and now he's arrested because they said they arrested him for starting a fire, a little fire, doing something that wasn't right because this isn't right, okay? So now he's in jail. Do you know how hard it is to get somebody with a mental health problem out of jail? It's nearly impossible. And they shouldn't be there. Where should they be? In the hospital or at home being taken care of by loved ones and nurses coming to visit them. They should be in the healthcare arena. Just, that's it. Mental illness is far more common than we know. So this research document came out in 2017 and said everybody's going to have a mental health problem sometime in their life. All of us. Okay, we know all this. This isn't that new. So how can families, churches, schools, providers, workplaces, and communities create healthier minds and happier lives? How can we do that? Okay, Sharon. There. Prevention, early detection, and early intervention, right? Well, I'm going to tell people with cancer, let's wait the 4th stage of illness until we talk about prevention. What would happen? There's no money going to this. And I'm not a big person saying money, 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 because that's what the providers have been doing for 50 years. And who runs the money problem? The providers, they're in law and created by law back in the 60s. And that's a trade association. So are they representing the individual, or are they are they representing their membership? Well, the answer is the latter. Although they do mental health first aid, which I have to give them credit for. So, all right, I'm trying, everybody. If people knew the commonality of having a mental health problem is profound, if they knew what the early signs and symptoms are, that going to your family doctor immediately can provide successful treatment that doesn't have to last a lifetime, what? We would have less family strife, less addictions occurring in our country, fewer people in prison, greater productivity at work, less accidents at home and at work, and a much healthier, happier society. This is a core problem, and we need to fix it. And God gave me 50 years to learn everything I could about it, and nobody's going to pull the wool over my eyes. I'm going to speak the truth. And the truth is if you want to stop addictions, you want to stop domestic violence, you want to stop loss of productivity at work or whatever, you put your focus on public education for prevention, early detection, early intervention. There we go. So what did we say? We said, we're precedent setting, by the way. Our definition is a mental health problem is a physical medical condition with cognitive and emotional symptoms. Well, what? Don't physical medical health conditions have 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th stages of illness? Who's told you that about mental illness? We do. Look in your, well, we'll get to that, but in here we have a prevention and early intervention cards for 4 different age groups. This is precedent setting. When we go to fairs and we go places, we are mobbed because people don't have this information. So in preschool, elementary, everything's 1st stage. Then we have a middle school one where you can see 1, 2, 3, 4 stages and what the signs and symptoms are at each stage. And on the prevention side, it says, don't self-medicate with drugs and alcohol. If you're not feeling well, go to your family doctor. Okay, so then we have a high school adult, and we'll get to that a little bit more. And then we have one for me and you and some of you, older adult. So those are available free for downloading on our website, and there are also some cards back there if you want to take them back to your church, whatever. So we're not going to let people ignore the fact that these have stages of illness just like everyone else, because if they do, I'm going to tell them, then I want you to wait till 4th stage of cancer and talk about prevention. All right. I'm trying. Where's my little guy? Maybe this is dead. She's working on it. So, while she's working on it, let's look at this in your book. Page 20, 18 and 19. Oh, there, she has it up. No, she has it down. So in this book, this is your first, second, third, fourth stages of this card, and you'll see at the top in the one bubble, we have the age group. So this is high school adult. Signs and symptoms of mental health problems are different for different age groups. When my mother started slipping mentally, I took her to a gerontologist, and I said, my mom's, she's not doing well. She can't remember things and everything, and she needs help, Brad. It's not working. There it is. Okay. So I'll just tell you this little quick story. And the gerontologist, he said, well, what's happened to your mother? What's happened in her life? I said, well, her grandson was killed in a car accident about 2 months ago. And she's sitting beside me, Mama. He said, well, I think she has depression. I said, no. I know about depression. I do the mental health issue at the House of Representatives, and I know about depression. Now, this was many years ago, 1997. And he said, but you don't understand. Mental health problems present different in the elderly. And she may be not able to have her memory right now because she has a depression from the trauma of losing her grandson. And so he put her on an antidepressant, and she had a bump up, and she had several more years doing fine. So I keep learning things myself all the time. So why are we spending so much money on suicide prevention and the opiate epidemic, which are 4 stages of illness, without discussing prevention and early intervention? You should go find out how much money is going to those areas. Suicide prevention, the Suicide Foundation. I mean, I had a loved one try to take her own life, okay? I am empathetic. I am passionate about suicide. But I don't want anybody to ever get that sick, okay? So we educate in our training for crisis and everything, but if you're going to take all the money for 4 stages of illness, you're not doing it properly. A percentage of the money should be going to public education. Oh, there we are. Now, I'm not going to take you there, but that's our website, a one-stop shop hub for anything you need to know about mental wellness and mental health problems. And we even have a place there for legal help. And so people out across the country, they Google mental health legal help. We come up. They call me all the time. I have some horrible stories to tell you, but I'm not going to because it would take too much time. Things that should never have happened. Things that were done. Yet I don't believe in defunding the police. I was a township supervisor. I believe we need police. But I do believe that there's things we can do to reform the judicial system to be more understanding and empathetic to people with these physical mental health problems, okay? And I'd love to write the manual for that. So there are improvements we need to make. Don't get me wrong. I'm not going to take you to the website because I could spend a lot of time there and I don't think we have enough time. But I encourage you to go to the website because it's filled. We have a place for military. And for, I didn't know anything when my son-in-law, my daughter married a West Point graduate and went to war. Well, now I can go to that website and find out what it's like to be a family member of a person who's in the military and who might be in war or whatever. Oh, I love him. You know who that is? That's Brian the Brain. Now, Beth asked me to tell you about the problem globally and locally, and now she asked me to share with you what we're doing in public education. I shared with you those cards. We have a table back there. There's a lot more information. But we go into the schools, and we go into the youth, your youth groups. That's the word I wanted to use. And we teach about prevention and early detection and everything. We go into adult, like I went to the Rotary Club. I've gone to adults and taught the same thing, only at a different level. So what I'm going to show you now is just a taste of two of our signature programs that we do. One is called The Happy Life, and the other one's called The Healthy Mind. And this is Brian. So I go into the schools, and I ask them, what's the name of this person? Somebody name him, and they named him Brian. Doesn't that sound right? Right? The high school students I was doing. But here is a strong sentence. The foundation for mental wellness is set in childhood and is critical to healthy development. And we need to do it even more now. The preschoolers are wearing masks. 5 to 12-year-olds are getting shots. My heart is here to say, let's share this burden together. Let's help the next generation. After all, they're going to be governing us. So we give vocabulary words. We give emotions. We have them give those out and tell us what emotions are, define them. Define anxiety. That's amygdala. How many of you have ever heard of amygdala? Okay, amygdala. We're going to talk about that some more, but it's a part of your brain, and in Latin it stands for almond because it's the size and shape of an almond, and it's located in your brain. And when I was little, I didn't know where my emotions came from. I know they talked about the heart, and I had to, draw the heart in school and everything, so I figured they came from the heart. Because we didn't even talk about the brain, because really, they didn't know much. That tells you how old I am. So we tell them to, learn about the amygdala and to always have a trusted adult to talk to share. And all of us, no matter what age, should have trusted adult that we can share how we're feeling, how they're feeling, they can share with us, and to help one another. And you can see that we have up there pastors, uncles, aunts, volunteers, people like you. Okay, so now this is the Happy Life presentation that we do, and I gave you a little bit of information before that you see this slide, and now this slide will give you our objectives. We want to teach them about anatomy and the structure of the brain, how it affects the rest of the body. Notice how I speak. The rest of the body. You know what? How many books are written about, we're going to learn about the mind, body, and soul? No. We're going to learn about the mind that includes that is part of the body. We're going to learn about the mind and soul, which is part of the body. We're going to do it Paul's way. We're going to talk about chemicals in the brain and their primary functions, how to maintain a healthy brain and monitor brain health, and the signs of a brain problem. And this slide comes up, and I'm like, oh my gosh, look at the anatomy graphic right there. What the head's attached to the body, isn't it? And the young people laugh. And I said, in anatomy, that's what we show. But when you go out into the public, it's all in my head. Our neuroscientist says, of course it's in your head. That's where your brain is, right? Okay. So then I say we have 11 systems in our body, and we're going to talk about the nervous system. So that's one of our beginning slides. And now I have 2 videos that we show. This is just a summary of the PowerPoint that we do for the children. We come in and do the Happy Life, come back a little later, a couple days later, and do the Healthy Mind. And we're going to show that video right now. In fact, there's 2 back-to-back. They're very short, but this has really worked very well with the young people. We do use it for middle school and high school, and we even use it for adults because it's very good. Do you need Brad? That's okay. Does anybody know? Do you need help with Brad? Okay, I'm gonna go ahead of those and we'll come back. You know technology nowadays, right? Okay, so let's see if I can get us to the next slide. There we go. So we'll watch those videos when Brad comes back and gets them up and running. But then we teach them about symptoms of a problem, of a brain problem. Poor memory, brain fog, depression, anxiety, depression and apathy, poor sleep quality. Now that can be not enough of sleep or too much sleep. You've heard of bipolar illness, right? You can't sleep many times because you're in a manic. And then after that manic's over, you're sleeping all the time because you're in a depression. So this poor sleep quality goes either way. Then we have anxiety, excessive worry. And we actually, many of the professionals believe that anxiety can be the precursor to all other mental health problems. If we teach people how to handle anxiety in a proper and a comfortable way, that maybe they won't develop into other more severe problems. Now that's not solid as far as research is concerned, but there are researchers who are saying that. Do you want to go back, or can I finish this one? Okay, so we have inability to control speech, impulses, and thoughts. OCD. My daughter had postpartum depression. I hate my hair, I hate my house, I don't have anything to wear. I hate my house, you have a beautiful house, your hair's beautiful, you're okay. Well, that was part of her postpartum depression. I did not know at that time, that was years ago, that you can have OCD thoughts. I just thought you had OCD actions, you know, OCD like straightening everything in one row properly and all that kind of stuff. So I kept learning too. Tics, Tourette's syndrome, headaches, stomach aches, butterflies in the belly, seizures, learning impairment, difficulty with balance or movement, and problems functioning in daily life. And this is not just it. This is just some of the problems. They manifest differently in the individual many times. You can have several of these, but this is a grouping of some of the major ones. Now I'm ready for the movie. So please, they're very short, but I think you'll find them very, very interesting. How am I doing?
The brain is the most fascinating part of the human body. Not much to look at. It resembles a spongy mass of tissue, feels like tofu, and weighs roughly 4 tubs of butter. Our brain is actually made up of mostly water and about 10% fats. While our brain only makes up approximately 2% of the entire body's weight, it uses a massive 20% of the body's energy. The brain's basic building blocks are known as neurons, and we have around 100 billion of these, each with between 1,000 to 10,000 connections to other neurons, creating neural pathways or roads within the brain. There are literally trillions of neural connections within the brain. Similar to a city's electrical power grid, information is passed along these roads through a series of chemical messages and electrical impulses. As all of this activity takes place, our brain generates between 10 to 25 watts of power, enough to power a light bulb. Over the course of one day, your brain generates more electrical impulses from firing neurons than all of the telephones in the world. So really, your brain isn't just a spongy mass of tissue. It's your most complex organ, a power station that connects your every thought, movement, and feeling. And it's firing right now. While the brain is our most complex organ, its main objective is simple.
When we hear the word emotion, most of us think of love, hate, happiness, or fear. Those strong feelings we experience throughout life. Our emotions are the driving force behind many of our behaviors, helpful and unhelpful. Just where do our emotions come from? Our brain is wired to look for threats or rewards. If one is detected, the feeling region of the brain alerts us through the release of chemical messages. Emotions are the effect of these chemical messages traveling from our brain through the body. When our brain detects a potential threat, our brain releases the stress hormones adrenaline and cortisol, which prepare us for a fight or flight response. When we detect or experience something rewarding, such as someone doing something nice for you, our brain releases dopamine, oxytocin, or serotonin. These are the chemicals that make us feel good and motivate us to continue on the task or behavior. In these instances, the feeling region of the brain kicks in before the thinking part. Sometimes the reactions of the feeling brain are so strong that it dominates our behaviors and we're unable to think rationally in the moment. Our emotions hijack our brain. While many of our emotional responses happen subconsciously, our thinking can influence our emotions, and sometimes this can be unhelpful. Just thinking about something threatening can trigger an emotional response. This is where we can manage our emotions with conscious thinking. Our emotions play a powerful role in the way we experience the world. Understanding and regulating our emotions through our thoughts and behaviors can help us take greater control of our brain and achieve our goals.
Think. They're pretty good, right? There's many more. But I wanted you to know that inside that emotional part of the brain is that little amygdala. We'll learn more. I can't stay on these because I won't get through the whole presentation, but I could spend 4 more hours. I don't think you want that. No. Okay. So thank you back there for helping us with the video. So now this is a recap of what the students would get, the learner, any age learner. Although I think this is just not for elementary. We have other programming for elementary and preschool. But we talk about Brian, the brain, being the most important part of the organ. I had 500 kids in an assembly one day, middle school kids. And it was one of my first presentations that I did on this program. And I said, this is your frontal lobe. All 500 touched their frontal lobe. I'm like, wow. I said, this is your temporal lobe. They all did that too. I had the greatest sense of power I have ever had in my life. I'm like, oh my goodness. It was absolutely adorable. So I don't have my, I don't think it'll show here. Yeah, well, look at that. This is the amygdala. That little thing there, okay? And it has so much power, but it makes mistakes. Because sometimes we get scared when we shouldn't be. Like, I could get scared being a public speaker, and every time I do get scared. But I know to use my thinking portion and say, dear God, please let me talk like Moses. You know? So the brain has the 4 lobes, and we talk about them. And so this is what they learn as a recap. And then look at that. I love that. That's a cell. I'll say, what is that? That's a cell. And that is a neuron. And there's dendrites. And we have a Girl Scout curriculum for all age levels. And the older girls, to get their patch, the American Mental Wellness patch, they take beads and make this. And so we learned that the neurons send electrical signals to talk to other parts of the brain and the body. These chemicals are so important. And how many of you have ever heard of serotonin and dopamine? Right. So if you don't have the right amount of those, connecting this to another one, this is where you have the chemicals, it doesn't work quite right. So it's a physical problem. Okay? We don't have all the answers yet, but we certainly have treatments that work. Okay? So that is part of what they learn. And then they also learn that brain wellness is biological. We have 4 important elements that we should balance in our life. okay? And that would be the biological, the psychological, the social, and the spiritual. On our website, we actually have a spiritual area where you can go to, and the woman that helps run part of it is a Methodist retired pastor from California. So if you don't have that spiritual part, I tell them, you're not balancing your life up for a healthy, happy life. You have to have all four of these dimensions balanced, okay? And I think my siblings thought I was a little out of balance because I was really into the spiritual stuff, you know, and they would tease me a little bit. But now I know why, because God was leading me in the path of doing a calling, like somebody would do to be a pastor. Mine was to do this. Then we recap it with what we learned about the signs and the symptoms, and we also tell them that don't wait till you're really sick when you're not feeling really good. Go to your family doctor, tell a trusted adult, and go get help right away. Anybody ever hear of wait 2 weeks? If you continue to feel this way, go to the doctor. I bet you the insurance industry created that statement. Okay, I want you to wait 2 weeks if you have a mole on here. It's starting to turn color and black. Wait 2 weeks and go to the doctor. Okay? So the National Council's Mental Health First Aid Program was just updated, and they had that in as, and I was, what do you call it, pilot. I was looking at it. I said, I love what you've done. You finally caught up with your programming. It's very good. Because Beth and I were teaching what their update is back years ago. And so I said, it's really, really great. You're caught up. But you leave that one slide in that says, wait 2 weeks, and if you feel really sick, go to the doctor, you've blown the whole program. That's hogwash. If a postpartum depressed mom waits 2 weeks to go to the doctor, what do you think is going to happen to that baby? Okay, well, all right, here we go. So I say every time we finish this part of the program, what is the one thing we're doing in the history of mankind that's never been done? I have a $5 bill. And so the young people are, they're all coming up with ideas. Anybody have an idea? What's the one thing we're doing in the history of mankind that has never been done before? Should I tell you? We're mapping the brain. Right now, we're mapping the brain. What does that mean? That means that we could have cures soon. Maybe not. But we better be ready for them coming and not wait 25 years till we get the information from the researchers to the grassroots. So we, the American Mental Wellness Association, we get the most recent research information to the grassroots through our social media channels. What saved my daughter's life? Her husband was at war, and she had postpartum depression. What saved her life was her mom being a researcher on this subject, and I opened up the Brain and Behavioral Research Foundation journal, and right there it said, the 3-month birth control pill helps postpartum depressed moms. I saw the most recent research right away. We got her connected to her OBGYN and her psychiatrist, got her on a 3-month birth control pill. First 3 months she had a bump up, the next 3 months she had another bump up, and in the third 3 months she was herself again. Now, she will never go off her medication, even though he's going to be 14, okay? Because she doesn't want to get that sick. And that's a choice. You don't have to do that. You go with your doctor and you work with your doctor. Okay, let's see. Mental health problems or physical mental health or physical health problems. Let's read this together, everybody. Here we go. I will always think, say, and act in a way that conveys physical illness includes mental illness, and mental illness includes physical illness. The head is connected to the central nervous system, and the central nervous system is connected to the head. Therefore, the physical body includes both the head and what holds it up. The brain is a physical organ that requires medical treatment when something goes wrong. I will show compassion for someone experiencing a brain health challenge. I will work every day to maintain my brain health. If I recognize a problem, I will reach out to a medical doctor right away. I have every student read that just like I did with you, okay? Then, This is our healthy mind, and this goes pretty fast, okay? So now I come back in a couple weeks later, and we do this. And a healthy mind is a happier, healthier life, and the importance of brain wellness. They're going to learn mental health problems or physical health problems, common myths and facts of mental health problems, causes of mental health problems, and risk factors. And people get that mixed up. Why am I not getting there? Stages of a mental health problem, normal development versus a mental health problem, and how to get help. That's what you're going to learn with this PowerPoint presentation. Now, today we'll be focusing on mental health challenges, and there you have quite a few of them. And I think when you look at that, anyone will say, I've had one of them sometime, somewhere. We need good coping skills to learn how to handle these so we don't get very, very sick. And they're available. They're available. Okay, a mental health problem covers a broad range of disorders that can affect a person's thought processing, their social interaction, and their emotional function. However, it's a physical condition, right? Myths and facts. Let's do this together. Myth or fact? Only people who grew up in a dangerous, abusive, or poor family and environments that are bad, poor environments, struggle with a mental health challenge. Is that a myth or a fact? Put your thumbs up for this, true, and thumbs down for this. Okay, let's see what it says. It's a myth. Anyone can experience a mental health challenge, just like anyone can get the flu, regardless of age, gender, orientation, wealth, race, popularity, intelligence, etc. You can get a mental health problem. And you don't really need a trauma to cause it either, okay? I know a family that every 19-year-old in the family gets it when they turn 19. I don't care. They're doing everything. They're doing great with their grades. They're doing great with everything. And all of a sudden they turn 19 and something goes wrong. Okay? Here we go. Myth or fact, people with mental illnesses are dangerous and violent. Okay. Let's see what it says. Myth. People with mental illness are more apt to be victims of violence than perpetrators. They can't function optimally, and people take advantage of them a lot. Myth or fact, psychiatric medication changes your personality, turns you into an emotional zombie, or doesn't work. Myth. Let's see what it says. Myth. I have to look up here. Psychiatric medicine treats mental health problems, which are physical health problems. It helps to restore you to who you were before you got ill. Similar to taking medicine to relieve a headache, you take medicine to restore your mental wellness. Just like other people respond better to aspirin, while others respond better to Advil, you may have to try a couple different medications, and you don't give up. The only way to recover from a mental health challenge is through medication. Okay, let's see. Myth. The treatment for mental health challenges are individualistic. They're not group, meaning each person's recovery will look different. While medicine followed by therapy is the gold standard. Did you see what I just said there? I could tell you. But you may also be able to find relief in alternative treatments. Once on medication, therapy is encouraged to learn how to manage your condition. And quite frankly, I get called all the time by organizations, oh, we have this wonderful program for college students. They can pick their own therapist just off their phone. They can, college students, they need help a lot, and they can just go into their phone and find a therapist and go to a therapist. Will you support us? Will you endorse us? Can we use your logo? I said, you know what? I think what you're doing is really good. And if you can guarantee me that you are requiring your therapist to tell those students that they need to see a family doctor within the first 3 visits of their therapy, we're with you. I never get a call back. I never get a call back. I had a daughter who got sick, and the counselor at the college counseled her, never had her seen by the psychiatrist. By the time she called home, she was very, very sick. I can only imagine how much better she would have been if she would have had the psychiatrist observing her and giving her some medication to take instead of waiting with the therapist that thought she could solve all the problems. I did have a talk with the therapist afterwards, and my daughter's great, but this is not, you do not want to deviate from a gold standard anymore, okay? See a doctor. You could have a thyroid condition. You could have diabetes. You could have a brain tumor, right? What causes the mental illness? Now, I want you to look right there. I have the red button on. There it is. This is the cause. Biophysical, genetics, brain trauma, chemical imbalance. Do you know 1 in 7 women have either perinatal or postpartum depression? 1 in 7 women. I was in charge of my nursery at my United Methodist Church. Every time somebody brought their baby in there, I'm analyzing whether they're going to be okay. Are you going to be okay? You know, how's everything going? You know, talking to them. Because if that's a lot of people. When you think Pennsylvania has 12 million people, and 1 in 7 women of that 12 million people can have perinatal or postpartum depression. And perinatal depression is more prevalent than postpartum. I didn't know that. Perinatal is while you're pregnant. Okay, so then we have the psychological. You can trauma, a negative worldview, bad coping skills. So here it's a risk. These are risk factors, okay? This is the cause. Now what we want to do is teach people good coping skills so if they get in any of these situations, they know how to better handle it so they don't get very sick. And have you heard of trauma-informed care? The behavioral health people are doing trauma-informed care and ACEs, adverse childhood experiences and everything. Now look, I don't have a problem with that. I don't have a problem with people doing social determinants, which means you're living in poverty, you're living in an abusive situation and all that. Those are risk factors, right? But what I do have a problem with is thinking that that's the cause. And I had a very, very well-known United States person on a conference call, a Zoom call, telling people that these are causing mental illness. They're not. I wrote right back in the chat. I said, I'm sorry, this does not cause mental illness. I mean, she, well known, you would know her name. And she did change her Zoom conversation then, because it's not the cause. They're risk factors. So what's the first thing you should ask somebody? Is there anybody in your family that might have a mental health condition over the several generations? That's the first question somebody should ask, because that's probably a high-risk individual that may develop a mental health problem, but may not because of genetics, right? Okay. So I'm not going to stay on here, but you realize now that your psychological, social, and spiritual are all risk factors. If the cause come over there. And here's the card for the high school adult that I showed you that's in your book. And I'm not going to spend a lot of time on there, but those are first stage, second stage. When I show this card to people, they're like, oh my gosh, my brother's 4th stage. He's addicted to heroin. Sex drive changes. Okay, you have a teenager that's starting to become promiscuous. Do you know that's a sign of bipolar? Did you know that? They're not out there just getting satisfaction. They're out there because they can't control what's going on in their body. We need to help them. Suicidal thinking is stage 4. I think you'll agree with me that we should be teaching this across the United States and really across the globe. By the way, people can join us. You can become a champion. It's in your book. Well, I'll tell you a little bit more about that. I'm getting people signing up from Russia. During the epidemic, I asked my digital manager to take the globe and then put HOPE in it. Hold on, pandemics end. The graphic is a globe, H period, O period, P period, E period. Hold on, pandemic ends. And we sent it out social media. It went across the globe. We had people from Iran. We had people from China. We had people all over the globe that liked that graphic because it said so much. Okay. I give that credit to God. It was my idea that came from God, okay? All right. So now we tell them in this second PowerPoint presentation how to get help. There's certain steps. Speak to a trusted adult. Okay? I'm not feeling really well. Something's wrong. I don't know, but I'm having trouble focusing on my work. I don't know what to do. And, then somebody that might be a mental health first aid instructor or a first aider could say, well, maybe you should go to the family doctor and take a screening. Because they have screenings. We have a screening back there that our neuroscientist researcher from Yale University created for us because I said I want one that's for early detection. And so it's back there in a container standing up. And so we sent that out as a gift to the American people on New Year's Day in 2019. And I've had calls about that from doctors saying, how do I get that? I said, well, you just go in on a resource page and click on it and print it out. So doctors don't always know that. Okay, so step 2, you schedule a doctor's appointment. Now I tell people, you know what? It's so hard to see a psychiatrist that schedule an appointment with a psychiatrist because it'll be 3 or 4 or 5, 6 or 7, 8 weeks out. But go to your family doctor. If you don't need them, you can cancel it. Trust me, they can fill that position. So don't wait. Make that appointment with a psychiatrist, but family doctors can actually treat early onset mental health problems. Step 3, follow your treatment plan with monitoring it. Take your medication. Don't stop it cold turkey. It's going to not be good for your health. If it's not working, tell your doctor. Work with your doctor. You're in charge. The doctor will work with you. If the doctor thinks he knows better than you, then it's not a right doctor. It takes both of you. It takes the professional and the individual to say, what you put me on is not working. It's making me have these wild thoughts or something. Be kind to yourself, and recovery takes time. Just because you got a pill doesn't mean you're going to be better in a week. It can take several weeks, okay? Make an appointment with a therapist. That will help you. I know one person was sent to the therapist after they were diagnosed by the physician, and the mother wasn't too happy about that. And so the therapist came out and said to the mother, I hear you don't like therapists. And the mother said, yeah, this is a physical problem. She doesn't need a therapist. And she said, I'm not trying to analyze her. I'm giving her ways to cope with the fact that she now has a major medical condition and she needs to cope. Oh, do it. Okay? All right. Step 4, self-monitor and develop support systems. Very, very important. Learn more about your illness. Remember, negative thoughts are a symptom of the disease. If you have somebody that's always negative, that's a sign. And especially a postpartum woman, I'm a terrible mom. My kids would be better without me. That's not true, but that's their reality. So you have to educate them and say, negative thoughts are part of your disease. Can you trust me? I've never lied to you. Can you trust your husband? Can you trust that we know that you're a wonderful mother and that you just have a medical condition that needs to get solved? Okay? There's ways to handle this in a much better way than any of us have ever known before. Feel better. Okay? Talk therapy does work, but make sure you're being overseen by a physician or a physician assistant or a CRNP, certified registered nurse practitioner. They can prescribe medication. Other people in Pennsylvania can't. So if you go to a psychologist, they can't prescribe medication to you. All right? So I'm a believer that medication works. And someone says, oh, we're all over-medicated. I'm thinking, I don't know if that's true or not. I know we have 1 in 5 people before COVID that suffered from a mental health problem. And if they need a pill to make them be able to have a better life and their family be more whole and healthy, I have supported the medication path. All right, here's our resources. They're in your book. Okay? Beth has done an outstanding job, so you don't really have to write this down. 211.org is very good for finding out mental health resources, or you can call 211. It seems to be now all across the United States. And then we say at the end, hold on, pain ends, hope. So that's the end of our 2 presentations. And this woman never, ever was in the mental health field, but she came up with one of the best quotes, because that's what she does for a living. And she came up with, never give up on someone with a mental illness. When you replace the I with we, what do you get? Mental wellness. These people can't help themselves. They need help. If somebody falls in a restaurant and falls down and something's happening to them, people go to them, right? If somebody starts talking to himself in a restaurant and acts crazy, people run away from them. Don't do that. That's why we have mental health first aid. You know how to handle these crises. There's our information, and we would encourage you, if you're on Facebook, to like us on Facebook, but we want you to come and join us as a champion, and I'll show you that quickly. Mental health is physical health. God did this. I needed a graphic artist for our second conference, and my dream was mental health is physical health, and my granddaughter always would do this because she was happy. And so I had this dream, and I didn't have any money. We had no money. And one day I'm in the car, somebody calls, hi, I saw your website. I'm from Pittsburgh. I'm a graphic artist. Do you need a graphic artist? Really? That's what happened. I said, yes, this is my dream. The central nervous system connected to the head, and then the jumping jack, and that's what he came up with. When we were advertising this, the University of Pennsylvania contacted me, saw it, asked if they could do an interview, because they have resident family doctors that they're training across the country. The Center for Integrated Health is in the University of Pennsylvania, and they said, we want to do an interview about what you're doing. And they sent it across the United States to all their students learning how to be general practitioners. Isn't God good? All right, now this is our button to be a champion. Beth, what page is that on? All right, you will learn how to be a champion by going to our website in your book, 22, page 22. And if you go to our website, and those instructors will tell you how to become a champion for prevention, early detection, early intervention, And we would ask you to do that, and then you'll be connected to us, and you will have some additional benefits from joining us. Right now, I can't recall them all, but please become a champion, because what we're doing is we're trying to say to the elected officials that are making public policy, and we want to make common sense public policy now, right? That we have these thousands of people that are champions for prevention, early detection, scientific research, and cures. Okay? And ta-da! We have about 7 minutes. And Beth, you said you were going to monitor questions from... Okay, I'll take questions from anybody. Yes.
Do you know Joyce Davis?
Well, Joyce Davis is the one that did the interview for the Facebook Live 1-hour interview.
Wonderful.
I really like Joyce.
Wonderful.
Yeah.
We need to make sure that she can help us all across the state of Pennsylvania to lobby our legislators for the legislation.
Please. And she's the one that said, I'm going to check back with you, Sharon. I haven't had her check back yet. So she doesn't know that I have my state rep, who I live in Perry County, and his name's Perry Stanball, that he to introduce it, and now it's starting to make some headway in the drafting stages. Because, I mean, you can't take the bill I drafted. It won't work. You have to take the pieces of it to make it work. But even your county commissioners need to change the way they're doing things. It's so bad. They don't know. They don't know. I had the ability to get paid to study this for 50 years. So I see the big picture. But when you're in your little position there, you don't. More questions? Any coming from?
I'm a former special education teacher that taught severely ADHD kids. I'm truly a believer in medication when it's necessary. But I was wondering what your take is on misophonia, because I have a daughter who misophonia has really struggled with that, with like the aversion to sound and like that.
Oh, yeah.
And it's not HPA recognized, so maybe on our own later, if you have a moment, I would love to hear your take on that. Because
Did you hear her question? Her question is that she's a special education teacher, and she has people that can't understand. I can't say the noise. Correct.
So, like, and it frustrates me when people can't accept that that's something that's right because it's not fair to begin with. But then I have a daughter who has misophonia, which is not recognized as psychological.
And I can't say that name, misophonia.
Misophonia is aversion to sound.
Aversion, and a lot of autistic children have that.
It has caused her, she's not autistic, it has caused her so much pain, and our reaction to her over the years, it's like a fight or flight thing.
Yep.
It happens in her body, which is physical.
She is.
And it has just made things so difficult for her.
She is so correct. It is more profound than you know, and it has created so much stress on people that shouldn't have to have that little bit of stress because individuals don't understand what's going on. And
And you can see that it's an uncaring, hateful person as a result.
yeah.
So I'll talk to you privately about it.
Well, right, and we need to get that out more. And what I want to tell you is that there's people that you might be sitting and eating with that can't stand to hear you eat. Okay? That's it's a physical problem. Something's not right. They don't want to be in crowds because they can't stand. There's so much that goes on that we are not helping people with. And we need to. My mother was grandmothered into special education when she was an elementary school teacher. And I have a deep empathy for what these individuals have to go through because there's not enough of understanding by the rest of the world on what their conditions are. If you wouldn't treat somebody with cancer right, you wouldn't treat somebody with cancer badly, would you? Well, is there another question? Yes.
I'm just wondering, a lot of this knowledge is contained in integrative medicine, healthcare, and functional medicine, where they get to root causes. You don't find it so much in allopathic medicine, which treats the symptoms after they occur. So is there any, do you work with some functional medicine at all for advisement, or is there any way to integrate the two schools?
And I know there's people listening from home and they may not have heard what she said, but there's two different fields of treatment and thought on things. And the mainstream healthcare system is not basically treating the whole individual because they're missing out on the emotional side. The whole body, the gut creates mental health problems.
Which is basically
Right.
how we eat and how we use.
Right, and we have that on our website. And I think the University of Penn, we have people now that are really learning from what we have. Our neuroscientist researcher does a lot of blog articles and things, but keep in mind we're an educational group. We don't provide services, and we're just trying to get that message out, and there's so much more that needs to be done, and we're working on I haven't been paid in 5 months, and I don't even want to be paid, but they said I needed to be paid because we need to be professional. Well, this board, we're a diverse board. We have psychiatrists, psychiatric nurses, and everything. But just to let you know, Australia is way ahead of us. Okay?
Our online group. And they say, besides becoming a champion, what do we do? Education is great, but what can we put into action in our communities?
Well, that's a very good question. And if all of us put action behind what we are teaching here today, I think we could make a big difference. And just being a champion isn't enough. And so I think basically on one-on-one is correcting people using improper wording. We actually give our logo out to people that are writing books, and if their book is written semantically correct nowadays, because the book market is full of using improper terminology, so we can have people use better terminology. I think you can go into our website on resources. We have a call to action there, and you could put in suggestions on what you think we should be doing to change what's happening in the world, in the country, in regards to people that are suffering from mental health problems. And those are suggestions, and people can go in there and see them. And you need to talk to your elected officials. And quite frankly, right now this world is upside down. All right? So we have to pray for Australia. I don't know if you know what's going on in Australia, but they've been taken over. They don't have their freedom anymore. Go ahead.
Another comment. My daughter was misdiagnosed with manic depression, but she moved and she found she was bipolar. She was good until COVID. Now what do we do?
Right. Well, bipolar is manic depression. I mean, it's similar. All right. Many different treatments, and COVID has created a terrible, terrible time for people that are living with and managing their mental health problem. And so what can she do with her individual? Well, quite frankly, I think you need to just continue to push for the proper care for her. And if she's not getting it, you need to call your state representative, because this is what I did. When one of the state representatives didn't had a constituent call in and ask them for help because they had a loved one who had a mental health condition and they weren't getting the help they needed. It even happened in my own family, by the way. I got on the phone and I made the calls to the insurance company, to the local county commissioners, to whatever, to help that constituent get the help for their loved one. And I never gave up. I treated everyone like they were my mother. And so we have on our website under resources a lot of things. We have the call to action. There's some cards back there that tell you what the call to action is in regards to 24 points that we came up with that need to change. But when you can't get the help, I always tell when people call, look, call your state representative, your state senator, and tell them you need your help to get your person, because they need to know that the services are not there for the individual. And there's a lot of money going to the local level to provide services, but where are they? I wish I had a better answer for you, Mom.
COVID made a bad situation worse. And she goes on to say, is there still Mental Wellness Sunday in the Susquehanna Conference?
Oh, I love that question because I wanted to say it and I almost forgot. Mental Health Month is May, right? And they do have a code number, the Susquehanna Conference does, where you can have, an offering taken, and they when they send the money in, and they use that code, and it goes right to the Mental Health Ministries Committee in the Susquehanna United Methodist Conference, which helps fund mental health first aid trainings and many other things. So yes, your church has to decide they want to do it. And so you take a Sunday in May, you decide you want to take an offering for mental wellness or mental health, whatever they want to call it, and then you have the proper code from the conference office, and those dollars are sent in, and that is what helps us do mental health first aid trainings across the conference. Thank you for that very important question.
I'm working my way up there.
Anything else? Please become active, because these are God's children. And more people suffer from these illnesses than suffer from lung disease, cancer, and heart disease combined. And we're doing it. We're not doing it right. And you know why? Because there's some great lobbyists that are real good with drug and alcohol rehabs. The mental health lobbyists were not very good. I did a mental health coalition. I worked on getting the first mental health insurance law enacted in Pennsylvania. That's how God called. That's how I ended up. I don't know. God got me there. It took us 8 years. And I can tell you, we don't lobby like the drug and alcohol people do, and we don't get the money like the drug and alcohol people do. And so poor public policy is determined in really not a very proper way. And so we hope to get better at that. And yet we can get better at that when you call your state rep and tell them, look, if you're going to give money to drug and alcohol, you're going to give money to suicide prevention, you're going to give money to social and emotional learning in the schools, you need to cut out a portion of that. It doesn't have to be much, 2%, 3%, and do public education for prevention, early detection, early intervention. And that's part of the bill. Thank you.
Thank you, Sharon. I'd like at this point to connect some dots for you. You heard Sharon say, if you replace the I in illness with we, you get. And she talked about becoming a mental health champion. Championing mental wellness. Oh, I get it now. We are going to take a 15-minute break now, and that's to allow everyone in here a chance to run and use the restroom. This exit door to my right, your left, leads right to the restrooms, and there is men's on one side, women's on the other side. The only 2 guys in the building are sitting in this room, so we'll sneak into the men's room and use that one too right now. So take 15 minutes, guys online, take a break. Brad's going to put up a countdown presentation, and it will tell you how many minutes we have left until we come back. And we'll see you in just a few. Welcome back. If you can find your seat, please, or at least keep it down to a dull roar until you find your seat. We want to make sure that the folks online don't have competing noise to listen to. So, from the flash drive, Brad, part 2. All right, Sharon said it's in your book, and it is, but I'm going to go over it anyway. If you look on page 22, how to be a champion for mental wellness, you simply go to the AmericanMentalWellness.org site, and you can see the red circle over on what will be the far right side of the page. It says champions. There's the enlarged view, just in case you doubted it said champions. There's a down arrow next, or a down caret next to the word champions. You click on that, a little drop-down menu appears. You click on Become a Champion, and it takes you to an information page that tells you what champions are and the benefits of becoming one. The brief mention we had of the Mental Wellness or Mental Health Sunday and the offering that can be taken. The conference has a cooperative agreement with the American Mental Wellness Association that they will help offset the cost for United Methodist Church members to participate in a mental health first aid course. There are multiple varieties of mental health first aid courses available. One is for adults. Those of us who go into United Methodist churches to teach courses, we add a spiritual component in it because that's how we all personally want to learn to deal with mental health, with the spiritual component. And studies have shown that those people who believe in God statistically do better in terms of recovery and are more resilient than those who have nothing to believe in. It's called passing the buck. You can pass the buck up. Okay, God, I have this issue. I don't know what to do with it, so I'm going to give it to you. Imagine what it would be like not having that kind of hope. So that's one of the benefits of becoming a champion and doing the mental wellness offering. You can do classes on adults. What kind of issues do adults experience? You can do mental health classes that are specifically designed to look at what the youth are experiencing. We typically use teenage years until age 25 because the human brain doesn't stop developing until about age 25. So we look at that broad span of years and discuss what kinds of signs and symptoms you can look for. Are we training you to diagnose things? Absolutely not. As much as I would like to have the ability to say, here's your PhD, I can't. We are not training people to diagnose. We are not giving you extra letters to put after your name. We are giving you information. And one of the comments said, education is great, but what can we do? Well, you know what you can do? You can get all the people in your circle of influence educated, because education attacks stigma. And the less stigma that you have in your immediate community around mental health issues, the more likely it is that you are going to be able to facilitate mental wellness. One of the individuals here mentioned earlier about people negating the benefits of medication. And that is very, very true in the church-going population. Oh, I don't need medication. God's going to handle it. Is he capable of handling it? Sure he is. But what if, for instance, he gave scientists the ability to develop a medication that would handle it? Imagine that. It's like the guy who said, God, there was a flood, and I asked you for help. You remember that story? And a guy came by in a canoe. Can I help you? No, I'm waiting for God. He's going to handle it. And then a guy came by in a power boat. No, I'm going to wait for God. I don't need that one. And then at the end of the scenario, God says, why didn't you get in the boat? Well, because I was waiting for you to take care of it. Hello? I did. Okay, I'm getting adjusted.
Sorry.
That's okay. We got to deal with technology. Sometimes it takes a minute or two. So, as you can see, I've developed some passion about this over the last few years. Adult, youth, we can talk about the older adults, senior citizen population. Do you know what age category of individuals have the highest rate of suicide in the U.S.? The elderly. Why? Why? I don't want to be a burden to anybody. My spouse died. I don't have anybody left. I don't have any what? That four-letter word we've been using. Hope. And so that's what mental health first aid classes do. They empower you with the ability to give hope to someone next to you. So once you scroll down to the bottom of the page, you click the next button. You have the ability to put your information in and sign up to become a champion. And it gives you access to a whole community worldwide of other mental wellness champions and the latest research information. If anybody has any questions on that, please feel free to let me know, let Sharon know. We can help walk you through the process. At this time, I'd like to play a Legacy Fund video courtesy of Judy Kennedy.
Good morning, United Methodist Women of the Susquehanna Conference. I look forward to this opportunity to talk a few minutes about something that's very important to me, and that is the Legacy Endowment Fund. I know you're probably getting sick of hearing about it because it's been going on for a long time, but it's something that is important to the work of what we do and being in ministry to women, children, and youth, and it's something that's going to go on for a long time. To refresh your memory, in 2014, United Methodist Women took a bold and courageous step when they decided to embark on the Legacy Fund campaign, setting an amount of money that they wanted to raise to $60 million. The figures at the time showed that that's what would be a good amount as a permanent endowment to ensure that the work that we do will go on long after we're all gone. It was to be a 5-year program with the thoughts that perhaps by 2019, we will have raised or come close to raising that amount of money. Why 2019? Well, that was the year that United Methodist Women was going to turn 150 years old. And we were going to have a big celebration and celebrate our years of service, celebrate what we hope to do in the future, and to celebrate the legacy that we were establishing with this fund. Well, we had our celebrations. We had a good time all across the nation. And unfortunately, we didn't quite reach our goal. But being bold, courageous women, we decided to continue, and we'll work forward to the day when we do reach the goal that we have in mind. I do have some good news. The good news is that as of the end of August, we have raised $38 million, actually almost $39 million of that $60 million that we're trying to raise. I know it's a long way from the goal, but we'll get there because we'll keep working, because it's what we do. In terms of our local conference, we, in 2021 so far, have raised about $48,000. And, $4,800. And I think that that's actually a good accomplishment for us. I know that we can raise more, and I'm hoping that we continue to do that. But sometimes when we look at our dwindling numbers of members and units that are disbanding, and we kind of feel hopeless, we need to look at what we do, what we do accomplish. And to say that our conference has raised that kind of money sounds pretty good to me. Collectively, since the fund began in 2014, our conference has raised and contributed over $43,000. So we're doing our part, but we need to continue to do our part and to recognize that it takes all of us working together, not just one of us or two of us can raise that kind of money, obviously. So what I want to talk about is a couple of ways that we might do our part to add to these numbers and make them grow and get us closer to our goals. One way is to become a legacy builder, a member of the Legacy Builder Committee, and that means that you give a gift of $18.69 a month. That's something that you pledge to do. Why $18.69, you say? Well, if you recall, that was the year that United Methodist Women first became organized. And so that's how we've come up with that cute little magical number. So by doing that each month, it makes you a legacy builder. Another way to do it is to become friends of the legacy. And to become a friend of the legacy, you agreed to make a pledge of $5,000. Now, that doesn't mean you've got to write out your check today. It means that you're pledging that money, that over the next X number of years, whatever you decide, that you are going to give a total of $5,000 or more to the Legacy Fund. Another great way to support the fund is, if you recall, every year there is what's called a Day of Giving. And that's a national day when you're encouraged to dig a little deeper and give to something that's important to you. And so I would suggest that you not only consider out of your own pocket how much you can contribute on Day of Giving, but you might sort of set that as a date to have some kind of an event or fundraiser within your own local unit or local church, so that you can raise an amount of money that you will give as your contribution on Day of Giving. So you might decide to make Easter eggs, because Easter will be right there before that. Or you might decide to have a bake sale some Sunday morning after church. Whatever it is, just come up with something that's going to be a little bit of a fundraiser from your local unit, and hopefully involving your own local church, that you can make a nice contribution on, special contribution on Day of Giving. Another way is by recognizing somebody in memory of or in honor of. Christmas is coming. You might be thinking about, I don't know what, we need to do something for our pastor, and I don't know what to do. Or you want to give a gift to your organist or your choir director. Or maybe there's just even somebody in your church that has been somebody that's done a little something extra, goes above and beyond, and you want to recognize them and honor them for their support to the church. Or maybe somebody has recently passed away that you, again, want to honor in some way. So consider a gift to the Legacy Fund. So you see, there's all kinds of ways that you can support the Legacy Fund beyond just writing out a check out of your own pocket, although that's always okay too. So we want to continue the work that United Methodist Women does to support women, children, and youth. We want to continue that ministry, to know that their needs are being cared for by the dollars that we give to keep this fund going. Together, we are building our legacy. So together, I ask us all to do our part to support the fund. Thanks for your time.
Thank you, Judy. If you turn in your book to pages 47 and 48, there is additional information about becoming a legacy builder. We're back into the slide presentation. All right, at this time we're going to sing 2 verses, including the chorus of the song God Will Take Care of You, and that can be found in your book on page 10. right, before we break from me to Sue for the business meeting, a couple other things I wanted to let you know. Over here to my right, for those of you here in person, we have a social action table. Back there in the back, I'm sure you've seen it already. We have Tony's Oplinger's table for Assembly 2022 and the American Mental Wellness Association table. And over here to my left, we have a table with just one brochure for Equines for Freedom. This is another mental health organization that I happen to be on the board for, and Equines for Freedom offers free, completely confidential therapy services for veterans and first responders experiencing PTSD. The service is offered regardless of the source of trauma or the characterization of the veteran's service. And the reason why we make that stipulation is because we don't care if the individual is active duty, retired, dishonorably discharged, medically discharged, doesn't matter to us. If the individual is experiencing PTSD, we want to take care of the problem. And it's a pretty neat program that uses EMDR therapy, which is eye movement desensitization and reprocessing. And I can explain it more to you if you'd like to speak to me when we break at the end of the day, or hit me up on email. And the reason that the horses make this particular program so special is because horses, A, are pack animals, and B, when it comes to prey or predator, horses are always the prey animal. And so horses need to be aware of their environment at all times. And in this particular therapy modality, the horse chooses the patient. And when the patient and the therapist are discussing issues which are very triggering and start bringing out those feelings of frustration or anger or panic, the horse will react in some way. Generally, being prey animals, they may run away. They could be standing there quietly grazing for an hour and a half, and suddenly, boom, off across the pasture. And that reaction tells both the therapist and the individual undergoing the therapy, "Yep, something happened here, the horse picked up on something. Okay, let's back up and unpack that." So it's a really neat program, and although it is based north of Scranton, we have patients from the Harrisburg area that come up every week, every couple weeks. 2-hour drive doesn't matter because this program works. So anybody wants more information on that, I'd be happy to share it with you. And at this time, I am going to turn the day over to Sue.
Okay, thanks so much, Beth. I am so glad that you guys have all chosen to be with us here today, especially with the condition of things, you know, and the masking and all that stuff. And I know units are struggling, and I just want you to know that you're not alone. And we want to encourage you, and we want to be there to support you. So please let us know if you need anything. I first of all wanted to have us say the pledge together. And it is in your booklet on page 2. This is our purpose. This is what United Methodist Women is all about. Just join me, please. The organized unit of United Methodist Women shall be a community of women whose purpose is to know God and experience freedom as whole persons through Jesus Christ, to develop a creative, supportive fellowship, and to expand concepts of mission through participation in the global ministries of the church. I also then would like to take a moment to recognize and welcome the past presidents that are here with us of United Methodist Women. And we do recognize on page 29 in your booklet, you will see the names of past presidents of the Wyoming and Central Pennsylvania conferences as well that now make up the Susquehanna Conference. So I'll start at the top of the book. Kathy Berkey is here. Thank you for being here. She was the immediate past president right before me. And there she is. If you need to know, there she is. And then right in front of her sitting is Tony Opplinger, who was the president right before her. Okay, and then Jean Rupp was the next one. She was not able to be with us, but she sent a card, and so I just want to read this quickly. I said a prayer for you today, and know God must have heard. I felt the answer in my heart, although he spoke no word. I didn't ask for wealth or fame. I knew you wouldn't mind. I asked him to send treasures of a far more lasting kind. I asked that he'd be near you at the start of each new day, to grant health and blessings and friends to share your way. I asked for happiness for you in all things great and small, but it was this loving care I prayed for most of all. And that's an anonymous quote. She actually wrote, thank you so much for the invitation to attend the annual day for the conference annual day. It is such a privilege to be a part of the Susquehanna Conference and their special activities. I am going to have to decline your request this year. Hopefully next year will be more open for me. Thank you. Jean A. Root. And we have sent out invitations to all past presidents. So unfortunately, we have the two here. I will mention, if you go way down the list, Judy Kennedy was also a past president who just spoke to you. I just wanted to mention that also. Let's see. Okay. Next, I have to see what page this is on. I was just going to mention the Mission Today recognitions. We're not going to read through them. See which page that's on. What is it? 43? Okay, yeah. The Mission Today lists, and this is that something units can do to just kind of have a guideline of how they're doing mission. And you have to remember, this is the Mission Today units from 2020, because 2021 is not done yet. So people that earn the Mission Today, either the ruby, the emerald, or the diamond, they are recognized the following year of whatever they have completed. So same is true of the 5-star units. And I think Tony's are you gonna say something about them? Okay. So the 5-star units are on page 41 and 42. It's the same way. These are the units from 2020. And you need to just, the 5 stars are the 5 channels of giving, and there's an explanation in there of what that is, and you can read over that. So next, I'm going to recognize the outgoing officers. And let's see. So I'll call up Mary Jane Jones, who is our chair of nominations for the past 2 years. And she actually took over chair of nominations after I left. So thank you, Mary Jane. And let's see, Flo Waybright, is she here? Okay. We had a recognition for her because she was on the nominations committee, and she's going to go off the committee this year. And then okay. So the pin is for you and Mary Jane. I didn't give Mary Jane her pin. I thought, what did I do? But there was a pin I needed to also give to Mary Jane as an officer going off the team, and Tony is going to get one as well, because Tony has served the past 2 years as treasurer, because she's at her limit now, because she served 4 years sometime before that, and they increased the tenure to 6 years, so now she's really done. So, okay. She just said, praise the Lord. Okay. Did you want to come up for it? Okay. Thank you.
And I was told to bring the pin.
Yes. You give her Mary Jane hers. Okay. Okay. I also want to recognize that we have really relied a lot on appointees, because where people have a tendency not to want to be elected to a position, and many of you have talents that I know you can use, and if you don't want to make a commitment as an officer, we can often use you as an appointee to help us accomplish a specific task. Mary Jane's going to be presenting the nominations, but I wanted to just mention that we have an appointee who was registrar, Annette Steger, is going off this year. And so I just wanted to mention her, because as an appointee, not an officer, I just want to make sure she got recognition for that. And did I miss anybody else? Right. Well, I didn't actually call the business meeting to order yet. But I was just saying, were there any other appointees I missed that we needed? I think we're good. Okay. So I'm going to get out my official gavel. I now call the 2021 annual Susquehanna Conference business meeting to order. I'll put you back down. Okay. So the first order of business is for us to approve our minutes from last year's meeting, which was completely online. And what page is that? 35. And everybody should have seen these at some point, because they've been out in newsletters throughout the year, and it covers several pages. So, yeah, it goes all the way over to page 40. 35 through 40 is actually last year's minutes. Do I have any corrections or additions to last year's minutes? And thanks to Ruth Cox, our secretary, for taking these minutes. Okay, hearing none. Do I have a motion to approve the minutes? Okay, and Tony Opplinger moves that we accept and approve the minutes, and Kathy Berkey seconds. All in favor? Opposed? Okay. Next, I get to now turn this over to Tony Opplinger. As our outgoing treasurer, she has several items she needs to present, and then I will call for a vote on.
We're going to start near the back of your book, or at the back of your book, page 54 with the treasurer's report. It needs a little bit of explanation. According to our standing rules, we're to start the year with $15,000. And you can see the beginning checkbook balance was over $30,000. And that is because I received information from United Methodist Women's National Office that we could go into the third week of January with submitting dollars to them that would count for our pledge of 2020. So that's why you see such a high balance starting the year with. I received money late in December that I could hold until I got everything and consolidated and send it in. Normally, you would see a balance that's $15,000. And you can see the income that I've taken in so far in 2021, and also the expenses that went out. And at the present time, I have a $30,625.17 balance in the checkbook. That was before I started writing checks last night and today for things. But that's where we are financially. We're in pretty good shape. We're going to look at a different report. You cannot compare the report at the bottom of the page with the top of the page. There are two different financial pieces. But I feel we're in pretty good shape. Keep in mind that at the end of the year, whatever the checkbook balance says it is, all that money, extra money, will go into United Methodist Women towards our pledge, and we'll then have $15,000 left. And I'm going to be working out deadlines like that with the district presidents within the next week or two. Are there any questions about that portion of the report? Okay. Then we'll move on to the bottom. Probably the part that you're even more interested in is what we have played so far for the 5 channels of undesignated or mission giving. And as you can see, our total mission giving, which is also what we've paid on the pledge to date, is $53,681.14. That doesn't seem too good when you think about a $130,000 pledge, but I'd like to remind the ladies always that World Thank Offering is one of our biggest offering times. So the next money that I'll be sending out to New York will come after those monies have come in, and I think we'll probably do well. I'm not too optimistic this year about making that $130,000 pledge, and you'll hear me talk more about that later, because looking at what we've received so far this year in comparison during some of the worst times of the pandemic last year, we're below that. So I guess the financial piece of the pandemic is catching up with people this year, while last year they were still pretty confident and were giving. And you can see the rest of it there, the designated money. Of course, if you send designated money, it goes where you say you want it to go. We do not change the path. Okay, so if you send, I mention that because in more than 20 years ago when I was standing up here as treasurer, I would get a few complaints about, well, why did money go to that place or that place? And I said, well, it was designated. The person who sent the money to us said that's where they wanted to go, and we have to honor that. And so that usually ended that discussion. Are there any questions about the rest of this treasurer's report before Sue accepts it to be filed for audit? Okay, let's see.
Are there any questions on the treasurer's report? And if none, we will file it for audit.
Okay, if you turn to starting on page 30, you will see the proposed budget. This budget was worked up with the aid of all the district treasurers and also with some of the executive committee that sits on the finance committee. This report, proposed budget, went out in the annual mailing. So hopefully, if you didn't personally receive the annual mailing, that your president or your treasurer of your unit has shared that with you. Are there any questions concerning the proposed budget? I'm looking on pages 30 and 31 at the moment. Okay, not seeing any. If we look at the bottom of page 31, the proposed conference pledge is $100,000, and that's based on what we are seeing coming in financially. And that's being proposed because we really need to make our pledge, and I think we get discouraged if year after year we don't make that pledge. So if we lower it and we make the pledge, then we feel pretty good, and believe it or not, the giving increases. And then as it increases and we see we can make a higher pledge, then we do so. So the pledge is a goal. I want to remind you, that is a goal. At the end, we tell local units at the end of the year, if you've not met your pledge, it's a goal. It's okay because things come up that we don't foresee. Or at the end of the year, good things have happened and there's extra money, then you put extra money on your pledge. So then you actually pay more. So it all works out. God makes it all work. Any question about that portion? Okay. Then if you turn to page 32, you'll see the list of offerings there. And these have traditionally been about the same each and every year for as long as I can remember. Spiritual Enrichment Days offerings, which we did very well with this past year, 2021, will remain with Neighborhood Center. We know that they right now financially really need our help, and so that has been recommended. We retain that offering for them. And of course, later you'll hear about in-kind offerings as well. The conference annual day offering that we take today would go to the pledge, and this also applies to those onliners. You have my information. You can send a check for your annual day offering to me. Just mark down on the memo line, AD, so I know what you want it for. And then our Mission U offering, we receive half of that from the Mission U. When that's taken, that goes to the pledge, and the love offering will continue to go to the Brighter Future for Children and Youth and the Conference Mission Education Fund. Any questions so far? All right. Then the retention rate, I want to remind you, is 25%, which is taken directly from the pledge line only, and that is retained in our funds to give our district treasurers what they need to run their districts and support their budgets.
Okay, we will take these in three separate motions. So first, do I have a motion to accept the proposed budget for 2022? Belinda Mullen made the motion. Do I have a second? What's your name back there? Abby? Patty Kirk. Okay, Patty Kirk seconded it. Okay, are there any questions? Okay, all in favor, say aye. Opposed? Okay, that has passed. Now let's take the pledge. Again, the proposed conference pledge is $100,000 for 2022. Do I have a motion to accept that pledge? Okay, Patty Lacey will make the motion, and I can't see who you are. Oh, okay, DJ Spangler is the second for that. Any questions on that? Okay, all in favor, say aye. Opposed? Okay. Now we just have to look at the offerings. So that is the last piece of the financial portion. For 2022, these are the designated offerings for us. Do I have a motion to accept these? Okay. Deanna Wagner moves that we accept the offerings. Do I have a second? I have a pick. I'll go to Donna Ream. She's closest to me. Okay? Do it that way. Donna Ream seconds it. And are there any questions about that? Okay, then we can take the vote. All in favor say aye. Opposed? Thank you very much. Oh, what else do I have? Oh, the retention rate. Do I have to do that? No?
You don't know about this one.
Oh, I don't know about this one. All right. Okay.
Okay. If you remember 2 years ago, we were challenged. Well, I had contact from that person about this year's meeting when he or she found out we were meeting in person. But this challenge not only goes out to those of you here, but also those of you who are online with us. And if you remember last time, 2 years ago, we not only met the challenge, we exceeded it. And the challenge was this, except we're going to give you an extension on the date. We were to raise at least $500 for the Legacy Fund before leaving the building that day, and you more than raised that. Well, the challenge is, once again, they will match up to $500 raised for the Legacy Fund. So if you're here today, back on the right tablecloth there, there's also Legacy Fund information, are 2 baskets. You can put your Legacy Fund offering there. And if you're online, you have my mailing information in the booklet. You can send me a donation by the end of this month, and it will count towards the Legacy Fund and towards matching that $500. So there's your challenge, and good luck.
Okay, thank you. Next portion is I just wanted to touch base on my presidential report, which is page 27 and 28. It is slightly different from the message that I had enclosed with the annual mailing. So if you want to read that over, it mentions some of the things that I have been doing. And I just wanted to add that there was a very good training this past week with the National Mission Institutions. I spent 3 hours with a National Mission Institution directors from all over the country. And we were talking specifically how United Methodist Women work with the National Mission Institutions and how they work with us. So I just wanted to mention I did do that, and so I'll be using that knowledge. So I believe we are up to nominations. So I now call the chair of nominations to present the slate.
I would like to thank all of those who have agreed to serve in the leadership of the Susquehanna Conference for 2022. And I also want to show appreciation for our current present leadership, and they will be continuing on for their outstanding leadership, their leadership skills, their technology. It just blows my mind, all the things that they can do that we have seen this morning here exhibited. We certainly have a great, great leadership team for the Susquehanna Conference working for United Methodist Women. The report of the Committee on Nominations is on page 33 and 34 in your booklet. These officers for 2022 are President Sue Riesinger, Vice President Elizabeth Kostanek, Secretary Ruth Cox, Treasurer Belinda Mullen, Mission Coordinators Spiritual Growth Gretchen Mackey, Communications Coordinator Diane Gear, Chairman of the Committee on Nominations Carol Leininger, and the Committee on Nominations
Class of 2022, Lori Hofnagel and Elaine McCurdy. Class of 2023, Darlene Cooley. And class of 2024, Allison Francesco and Judy Tanner. Thank you.
Thank you, Mary Jane. Thank you and all your team for the nominations. We have such a great leadership team because of the nominations committee and the chair. And they've just done a fantastic job. So I will call for any addition motions from the floor. We did not receive any motions prior because we had an opportunity for people who were not going to be here to make nominations if they wanted to, but we received none. So I just will present each one of the offices first to see if we have any further nominations. So President is Sue Riesinger, myself. Is there anybody else you would like to nominate? Okay, hearing none, that's closed. Vice President, Elizabeth Kostelnick. Anybody else you would like to nominate for Vice President? Okay, hearing none, that office is closed. Secretary, Ruth Cox. Is there anybody you would like to nominate for Secretary? Okay, seeing none, that office is closed. Treasurer, Belinda Mullen. Do I hear any other nominations for Treasurer? Okay, that office is closed. Mission Coordinators, Spiritual Growth, Gretchen Mackey. Do I hear anybody else for Spiritual Growth? Okay, hearing none, that's closed. Communications Coordinator, Diane Gear. Anybody have another nomination for that office? Okay, I hear and see none. That's closed. On the next page, Chairperson for Committee on Nominations, Carol Leininger. Is there any other nominations for the Chair of Committee on Nominations? Okay, hearing none, seeing none, that is closed. I will go over the committee nominations by class. So for the class of 2022, we have Lori Hufnagel and Elaine McCurdy. Is there any other nominations for the class of 2022? Okay, hearing none, that is closed. Class of 2023, Darlene Cooley. Are there any other nominations for the class of 2023? Okay, seeing and hearing none. We'll go on lastly to the class of 2024. We have Allison Francesco and Judy Tanner. Are there any other nominations for the class of 2024? Okay, hearing and seeing none. That is closed, and the entire slate is now closed. So we will call for a vote on the entire slate as it has been presented and approved by you since you didn't add anybody. So do I have a motion to elect these officers? Joanne Howard made the motion. A second. Glenda Shepard seconded it. Are there any other questions? Okay, ready to vote. All in favor, say amen. Amen. Opposed? You can say something different. Thank you very much for your help in getting this business done and the approval. I did want to also mention that I had mentioned earlier about Annette Steger not being available to be appointee for registrar. We do need somebody else for that position. If anybody here today would like to help with that, DJ probably would be one of the best people to talk to if you want to know what you do, because she's done that quite a bit. And I'll acknowledge the other appointees we have here. Glenda Shepard, who just seconded the motion, is our Mission Today person. She collects the Mission Today reports and puts those together. And social action, Dolly Lucas is our representative for social action, and she's been very passionate about what she does. And Phyllis Terwilliger is our program advisory group representative, and she's also been helping me out by representing me on the Conference Board of Global Ministries as well. Are the appointees listed anywhere? Okay, just trying to find where they are. Where? 39. Okay. Okay. Okay, I already mentioned DJ, Dolores Spangler, retreat planner. We do have a retreat planned for 2023, correct? Yeah, we're planning. Yeah, okay. And it does say, wait, so page 39 is last year's report, because I just saw it has Diane Gear as an appointee, but she is now an officer. So I think I've hit everybody who is an appointee. I do appreciate the appointees stepping up and helping us with some of those specific tasks. Another thing that I would like to get, if we possibly could, is someone to do some more with the reading program. I know that's a whole different ball game now, too, as well, that we can't get the books on consignment like we did before. But we could use some help there. I also wanted to bring up that we had a member of the conference who was on the Northeast jurisdiction on the nominations committee, and she resigned. So the Northeastern jurisdiction asked if we had anybody in mind to replace her to try to keep it within our conference if we wanted to. So if anybody knows of anybody that they think might be suited to be on the nominations committee for the Northeast jurisdiction, just see me. Mary Jane made up some copies, and I have some copies of the form that we need to use for that. Okay. So then just lastly, just thanks again to Beth for all she did. This wonderful booklet. I know she worked like day and night on much of this stuff. So thank her again, and just each one of you. And do take the time to look over the other things in your booklet. There's some fun things she included in there too. And are there dates? The dates coming up are on page 51. So do also note those. The Mission U executive team meetings are those who are on the committee for Mission U. And you'll probably be hearing some more about that over the next year. If you have any questions, we can fill you in a little bit more. They're changing the way that they're going to be doing the studies a little bit. And then, of course, we have the assembly, which has already been mentioned, and the annual conference at Hershey is listed there. And then our next annual day, November 5th at Lake Winola United Methodist Church, which is in Dalton, PA, which is in the Scranton-Wilkes-Barre district. Okay. So I believe that's all I have. Oh, I'm sorry. Yes. The installation would be nice. I'm sorry about that. Okay, so call up Kathy Berkey to actually install the officers.
Thank you, Sue, and thank you for inviting me to do your installation service. Would the following women please come forward and face me, and if you are watching from home, please stand. President Sue Riesinger, Vice President Beth Kostelnik, Secretary Ruth Cox, Treasurer Belinda Mullen, Spiritual Growth Gretchen Mackey, Communications Coordinator Diane Gear, Chair of Nominations, Carol Leininger, and Nominating Committee, Lori Huffnagel, Elaine McCurdy, Darlene Cooley, Allison Francesco, and Judy Tanner. In preparing for our installation service today, I'd like us to think about circles. And perhaps the first idea that you get is what goes around comes around. But a more unique thought comes from a poem by Robert Frost, which gives thoughtful insight for leaders. He cautions against dancing around the edge of the circle without ever focusing on the center. As you become involved in attending meetings and planning projects and presenting programs, I hope that you stay centered, remembering that the first phrase of our purpose is to know God, and that you are called to leadership in Christ's service to others. You will notice that these wreaths are decorated with acorns. An unknown poet said, "Each woman is like an acorn, having the heritage of strength from its source and the seeds of strength for growth." Your wreaths have acorns in several stages of maturity, just as each of you are in different stages of your leadership journey. Some of the acorns are young, just as some of your talents are as yet undeveloped, but are ready to mature and open up with a bit more time. Some of the acorns are fully mature, ready to grow a new oak tree. Several of you are returning officers, familiar with your place on the team and aware of the needs in the conference and of your ability to meet those needs. You will see some hollow pods. They look like little cups, a reminder that all of us as leaders are role models for others, setting an example of being open and overflowing with Christ's love. Now please turn and face those gathered here. And I want to ask those gathered here to help with our installation. With those who are seated on the outer ends of each row and along the back row, please rise. Forming a circle with our officers facing you. The circle symbolically surrounds the membership of the conference which you will serve. I will ask 3 questions to which the officers will reply, "With God's help, I will." Don't even try to hold hands. We're being socially distant, but thank you. I will ask 3 questions to which the officers will reply, "With Christ's help, I will." The 4th question is directed to all gathered here, and the response is, "With Christ's help, we will." Officers, do you accept the responsibilities of the office to which you have been elected? Do you covenant to attend and participate in all activities of the conference team as much as humanly possible? Will you, by diligent practice of the disciplines of Bible study and prayer, center your life of service on Christ? And to those gathered, will you support these sisters in Christ with loving concern, cooperation, and prayer? As we remain enclosed by the circle of love, I declare you duly installed officers of the Susquehanna Conference United Methodist Women. Let us pray. God, we stand before you, centered in Christ and bearing seeds of strength for new growth. Take our hands, work through them. Take our lips, speak through them. Take our minds, think through them. Take our hearts, set them on fire. Amen.
Well, I have good news. We're in the home stretch. The bad news is that we are going to run a little bit over 12:30 because we have a few more videos that I'd like to view, and I hope all of you are willing to hang on for lunch just a few minutes longer. I promise the torture, no, it's not torture. May I have slide presentation 2 again? All right. What you're looking at is downtown Elmira in about the year 1900. Dr. Martin and his wife Sevilla were, come on slides, let's go. We're working with the president of Practical Bible Training School in Johnson City, New York, and the president had asked Dr. Martin to come and be a resident teacher there at the school because they were working on putting together a hymnal. And Dr. Martin, in addition to being a music scholar, was also doing an itinerant preaching ministry. And he was to go off to Elmira to speak one particular Sunday morning, but Sevilla, his wife, was very ill. And Dr. Martin wondered whether or not he should cancel his plans to stay home and take care of his wife. And at that point, their little boy stood up and said, "Father, don't you think God's capable of taking care of Mom and that he would want you to go and speak at that church? God will take care of her. You go." So the doctor reluctantly got his things together and he went and completed his day of ministry. And by the time he got home, Sevilla, pictured here on my right, had written a poem. And you sang 2 verses of that a little while ago. Dr. Martin set it to music and it became the hymn known as "God Will Take Care of You." Sometime later, Sevilla joined her husband in the itinerant ministry, and they helped to put together songs of redemption and praise. This isn't actually the first edition of the book pictured here. It's the second edition, and "God Will Take Care of You" was first printed in that hymnal during its reprinting in 1908. They had to make a trip to Elmira one day. And they were kind of happy that they were going there because some friends of theirs were there. And they stopped to visit this elderly couple. And the wife, well, she had been bedridden for 20 years. We don't know exactly what her physical ailment was that kept her unable to get away from her bed, but there she was, stuck. And her husband was wheelchair bound. And for 30 years already, he had made the trip by wheelchair to work and back every day. And you know that those streets did not have curb cuts at every corner for the wheelchairs to go up and down out of the cobblestone streets or brick streets up onto the sidewalk, so it was rough going. But every time the Martins went and visited their friends were happy. I mean, unbelievably happy. And Dr. Martin wanted to know what the secret was. And the woman who was lying there in bed said, she didn't say, I hope the slide clicker works. Come on. There we go. She said, I know that his eye is on the sparrow, and he is caring for me. What better way to finish up a conversation about mental health than admitting that God knows all of it? So we're going to sing this through right now. Join with me, please. Why don't you all stand as you're able? Office called New Wineskins, and there's actually the first little excerpt from this article in your book on page 4, and that's an article in this month's November-December Response magazine. So take a look at this one.
United Methodist Women show up to get things done, and we have for more than 150 years. Putting love in action isn't new for us. Our organization has always bravely answered God's call. We've always been spiritual Christian women taking on the hard work of the world. Together, we can do more. Today, our work starts with us. Our current brand doesn't embody the open spirit we want to project. We're told non-members don't find how we gather inviting. We can do better at making our events and meetings more engaging. We want to welcome new women, and working together, we will. The average age of our members is above 60. Now's the time to be more inclusive, to invite younger women to join in our important work. Together, we can do more. That's why we're developing new ways to join, and more programming to nurture our souls. Soon, we'll be introducing an updated brand to attract more women of faith. We'll be launching a new website with fresh tools and content for our members. Our needs are changing. The communities we serve are changing, and God continues to call us to respond. So we're evolving to engage more effectively, to be more welcoming, to do what we do passionately, fearlessly, to act boldly. But our core work remains unchanged. We are women of passion and power, united by God's love in our mission to uplift women, children, and youth. United Methodist Women have stood side by side through challenges and joys since 1869. Our strengths and steadfast Christian faith are needed now more than ever. It's time to push ahead and not back down. We're at the start of something powerful and uplifting, and you are essential to everything we do. Thank you for giving your energy and talents, for putting your love in action every day. Your work is important because together we can do more.
And we're back in the slideshow. All right, at this time we're going to have a video message regarding the new wineskins and the information that's going to be forthcoming from our General Secretary and CEO of United Methodist Women, Harriet Jane Olson.
Greetings, United Methodist Women. Thank you for inviting me to your annual meeting, your annual celebration, and to your time of gathering together. It's wonderful to be with you in this fall of 2021 when we are, as always, looking back and looking forward. And one of the things we see when we look back is your faithfulness. Your faithfulness in gathering, your faithfulness in engaging in the social justice work, your faithfulness in giving, both mission giving and legacy, and the way you faithfully gather around national mission institutions and other organizations who are serving people in need. We're grateful for the faithfulness of our national mission institutions and their staff, for our regional missionaries and the work right around the world, and for all the ways that United Methodist Women make an impact for women, children, and youth in the world. During this time, we are well positioned to see the kind of impact that United Methodist Women make. How could we forget? Last year at this time, the issue of racial justice was in front of the nation. We saw in video why the emphasis on communities of color and their criminalization that led us to the school to prison pipeline was so important. We were also studying finding peace in an anxious world and preparing for the push-out study in Mission U. And this year, as floods and fires, temperatures elevated in other parts of the world, the continuing breaking apart of the glaciers are surrounding us, we know the importance of climate and just climate for all, just energy for all. United Methodist Women, I thank you for your work. It's made me reflect on one of the very first consultations I had with an expert about planning, who at the conclusion of meeting us and going through some time with staff and elected leaders said, many organizations struggle with relevance. Your issue is not relevance at all. It's engagement. It's member relationship. In the past several years, we've done study after study with members, with leaders, with non-members around the church, and we've confirmed, hearing from you and others, exactly what that expert said all those years ago. The work that we do, the commitments that we have, the importance of women, children, and youth, and the importance of sisterhood appeal to people who are not members and who know United Methodist Women's good work. But some of the things that we do, some of the ways we organize and gather are not so appealing. And so I'm very excited to say that during the coming months and over the course of the next calendar year, we will be in a position to share a refreshed opening of United Methodist Women, both to members who want deeper engagement and non-members who want to find out how to join. Now, you know that while we're working on all of this, there's change afoot everywhere, but also in the church. And one of the things that we're doing is preparing for all women who are now members of United Methodist Women, no matter what decisions their congregation might make or their annual conference or the general conference, to stay at home in United Methodist Women. It's always been possible, of course, for women to join the United Methodist Women who are not members of the United Methodist Church. But we've made this even more explicit in the bylaws because we want to stay connected to all the women who want to work together, loving God, loving each other, and making a difference in the world for women, children, and youth. Friends, it's exciting. We're looking forward to a great year ahead, and I can't wait to share it with you. God bless you all.
Edward Joy became a colonel in the Salvation Army in England in the early 1900s. Eventually, he immigrated to Winnipeg, Canada, and he would talk and actually wrote a book about how William Booth, the founder of the Salvation Army, was harshly criticized by the enlightened church of that day because of his radical solutions to reaching the poor and impoverished. We don't know a lot about Edward Joy's life other than his activity with the Salvation Army, but he wrote a hymn called "Is There a Heart O'er Bound by Sorrow?" Now, this one is not in your United Methodist hymnal, and that's okay. But I'd like to focus on what the words to the first verse say. Is there a heart o'er bound by sorrow? Is there a life weighed down by care? Come to the cross, each burden bearing, all your anxiety, leave it there. This was written 100 years ago, and they were talking about generalized anxiety disorder. Imagine that. The verses are kind of tough to get through because of the old-fashioned language, but the chorus is a different story. I'd like us all to sing this together, and I realize that a lot of you may not know it. So I'm going to ask Patty to play it through once, and we're going to sing it together 2 times. And actually, I'd like you to play through it once, I'll sing it once, and then we'll sing it 2 times together. All right?
All your anxiety, all your
You heard Sharon read the quote today. A mental health problem is a physical medical condition with cognitive and emotional symptoms. And that was said by Dr. Karen Langford, the neuroscientist affiliated with the American Mental Wellness Association, and she teaches at Yale. Next year's theme, which will comprise many of the workshops that were originally planned for today, but had to be postponed, next year's theme is Mind Over Matter. And we're going to be giving you a lot more information about that event next year, but you have the important stuff. Saturday, November 5th, 2022, Lake Winola United Methodist Church in Lake Winola, Pennsylvania, and that's approximately 20 minutes outside of Scranton. My husband's back there. He's the native. I'm only a transplant up to the north. So it's about 20 minutes outside of Scranton, and we can't wait to see you there. Now, the one thing I have been remiss in mentioning this entire day is that we have with us Bishop Cynthia Moore Koikoi, and we're thrilled that she could join us today. But before she speaks, I'd like you to hear a message sent to us from Bishop Sandra Steiner-Ball.
Joy to meet you, greet you during your annual UMW Day. I'm sorry I can't be with you in person. Hopefully I'll be able to do that next year. But let me commend you on your theme, being champions of mental wellness. What a wonderful theme in which to participate and to talk about. When I think of mental wellness, mental health, there are a couple of scripture readings that come to mind for me. First one is from 2 Timothy 1, chapter 1, verse 7. For God gave us a spirit not of fear, but of power and love and self-control. This verse really sums up a calling as a Christian, Christians who have challenges with mental illness, mental wellness, mental health. People who have those challenges take comfort in the knowledge that God has seen through thought and image and knows our fears and our anxieties, and that God goes with us through all of our challenges, and our challenges specifically with mental well-being and wholeness. God gave us a spirit not of fear, but of power and love and self-control. Another scripture that comes to mind for me is Nehemiah 8:10. Do not grieve, for the joy of the Lord is your strength. When we are having challenges, championing mental wellness, we need to draw our strength from somewhere. Well, sink your anchors deep with God, because God is our strength as we work through championing mental wellness, mental wholeness. And from Philippians, do not be anxious about anything, but in everything be by prayer and petition with thanksgiving. Present your requests to God, and the peace of God, which transcends all understanding, will guard your hearts and your minds in Christ Jesus. Everything by prayer and petition with thanksgiving. Present your requests to God, and the peace of God, which transcends all understanding, will guard your hearts and your minds in Christ Jesus. Jesus was a champion for mental wellness. Jesus was a champion for the wellness of body, mind, and spirit. Sometimes we need a blessing to say we are loved, 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 loved as we are, and were yesterday and will be tomorrow. Isn't that the message we need to hear, all of us, but especially as we're working to be champions of mental wellness? We need a blessing to say that we are loved, 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 just as we are. One of the gems I found in the midst of working with mental wellness is a book called The Cure for Sorrow by Jan Richardson. It's a book of blessings, and it falls like summer rain over the driest times and parched places of our lives. A blessing sometimes seems to counter those moments of grief and sorrow, those moments when we're wrestling with our mental wellness. But a blessing can help us perceive how heaven infuses earth and daily life. Heaven is part of those everyday challenges of our lives, even when that life is marked or struggling with some kind of pain. So, as I greet you this morning, I'd like to share one poem prayer from Jan Richardson for today. And it reminds us that even in the most challenging times, there is a blessing to be had, even when the world deems us as mild to moderate failures. There is a blessing to be had. This particular prayer blessing is entitled, "The Blessing You Should Not Tell Me," and I think this particular prayer poem speaks to being a champion or working towards being a champion of mental wellness. Do not tell me there will be a blessing in the breaking, that it will ever be a grace to wake into this life so altered, this world so without. Do not tell me of the blessing that will come in the absence. Do not tell me that what does not kill me will make me strong, or that God will not send me more than I can bear. Do not tell me this will make me more compassionate, more loving, more holy. Do not tell me that this will make me more grateful for what I had. Do not tell me I was lucky. There will be a blessing. Give me instead the blessing of breathing with me. Give me instead the blessing of sitting with me when you cannot think of what to say. To be champions of mental wellness, we need to give the blessing of breathing with those who are struggling and the blessing of sitting with those that are struggling even when we do not know what to say. There's a peace that settles on us when we look steadily at the truth, not pretending life is something that it is not. There is pain and struggle in this life. To be a champion of mental wellness recognizes that fact. We may never be able to grasp why something happens or why our lives haven't turned out like we hoped it might, why we don't feel very blessed. Life is inextricably hard, and sometimes the only thing that's possible is to just bless life's every present moment, even and especially the hard ones. So as you work to be champions of mental wellness, give others the blessing of breathing with them, the blessing of sitting with them, the blessing of being Christ present with them in the moment, so that they might know again and be blessed again by the fact that they are loved, 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 loved. May it be so. I hope you have a wonderful day, learning, struggling to be champions of mental wellness.
Our appreciation to Bishop Sandra Steiner-Ball for that wonderful message. At this time, I thank you so very much for coming out to be a part of our event today, for joining us online. And the last thing we would like to do is invite Bishop Cynthia Moore-Koikoi to come up and offer our benediction, and if she doesn't mind, grace for lunch for those of you who are staying to enjoy that. And after the bishop is done, we will end our YouTube live stream. So we thank you for joining us. And at this time, I turn it over to Bishop Moore-Koikoi.
Thank you so much. What a joy it is to be here with the women, amen, and the men that support them. And Sharon, what a wonderful presentation that you have. Thank you. We praise God that you answered your call. Praise God for that. You know, I often talk about how lay folks have just as pronounced a call on their lives as do our ordained clergy. What do you have to tell me?
I didn't answer it at high school graduation, and then 5 years later, my baby sister got sick, and God caught me. So I wasn't, I think that I didn't do it right away because I thought people would think I was mentally ill. But when Mary Ellen got sick, I said, I'm in it for life. So I didn't want to end with not being completely honest with everybody here.
So here's my confession. I knew that I had a call on my life in high school also to ordained ministry. And I spent 17 years as a school psychologist. And God has used that training to help me in the call that I now have on my life. And so God didn't waste those 5 years at all. God used those to help prepare you even more fully for when you did, in fact, answer your call. As Bishop Steiner-Ball did say, Jesus Christ was the first mental wellness champion, going around healing and teaching about mental health. They had different terminology, different words for it then. They called it evil spirits, demon possession, all kinds of things. But Jesus Christ was a healer. And he chastised those who would chastise those who needed healing. And so we are so grateful that Jesus set that preparation. I just want to read a scripture to you from the book of Luke, the 8th chapter, the first couple of verses. Soon afterwards, he went through cities and villages, proclaiming and bringing the good news of the kingdom of God. The 12 were with him, as well as some women who had been cured of evil spirits and infirmities. Mary called Magdalene, from whom 7 demons had gone out, and Joanna, the wife of Herod, Steward Chuza, and Susanna, and many others, who provided for them out of their resources. These women who had mental health struggles were actually the backbone of the early Christian movement. They were the women who resourced the movement so that the apostles could go out and disciples could go out and do what they were called to do. It's tremendous to think that God uses all of us for God's work. I know we're running late, but I need to tell you my story. I come from a family, both sides of my family, on my mom's side and my dad's side, where hypertension, diabetes, depression and anxiety run in our family line. My great-grandmother used to always say that she loved the man who invented the bed. Now, we joked about that as a family, but what she was really saying, what she really was crying out was, I'm depressed. I'm depressed, and right now the only place I can find solace is laying in bed. So I made a decision that I was going to care for myself. So I have, since college, had a therapist. And there have been times and moments that I have been on medication to help my brain produce the serotonin that it needed to produce. And every year, I go for a mental health checkup, just to make sure everything's okay. I go to my primary care physician, and she does blood work, and she takes care of all those things that she needs to take care of. And I go to my therapist, and we have conversation to make sure that I'm taking care of all the things that I need to take care of. And there have been occasions when my therapist has said, you need a prescription, go back to your primary care doctor, go to the psychiatrist, you need a prescription, because something's not quite right now. And I've taken the medication until my therapist and I, or my primary care doctor and I, said it was okay. God gives us tools, methods for healing. We would be rejecting the work of Jesus the Christ, who was the first champion for mental health wellness, if we don't take advantage of those tools, or if we chastise those who do. I've been called to be a champion. I've been trained by some of the best, but most importantly, I've been anointed to do this work also. I hope you feel anointed to do that work today, too. Won't you pray with me? Almighty and most gracious God, we are just so thankful and so grateful for the ways in which you show up and have shown up today. We thank you for all that we have learned and all that has been affirmed. And we thank you for the challenge that has been issued to each one of us. God, I don't know what challenge you have laid on the hearts and minds of any of the women that are here today or the men that have come to support us. But I would ask that whatever the challenge is, you also send a reassurance that we are equipped and tooled and resourced to meet that challenge. So that this day, this morning, won't just simply be a time of good fellowship, but it will be a time of great transformation as we, your disciples, go out and infiltrate the world, being champions for mind, body, and spirit for complete wholeness. And God, we ask that you would bless the food that has been prepared for us. We ask that you bless everybody that labored in a field wherever they were laboring to harvest the food. We ask that you would bless those who drove the food to the places where it needed to be, and those who labored in this very kitchen to assemble all the food in ways that we could just grab and go. May this food truly, truly nourish our bodies, and our continued fellowship nourish our spirits. In the name of Father, Son, and Holy Spirit, amen. Amen. Go now in peace. Every time God thinks about you, may God smile and grant you good mental health. In the name of the Father, Son, and Holy Spirit, amen.
For those of you who And for those of you, everything's out? All right, our unit president over here, Heidi, is saying lunch is a go. For those of you who are remaining here with us for lunch, everything is labeled. Your sandwiches and your snack and desserts in the bags too. Desserts, surprise desserts are in the bag as well. Everything is prepackaged. For those of you who asked for pretzels, I owe you my apologies. I could only find stuff and pretzels in one mix. I couldn't find plain old snack bags of pretzels. I don't know what all happened to them, but they're gone. So, we did the best we could to find you a substitute. Your beverages are the table on the right.